Oh, hello. Welcome back to Levelheads D&D. This is our 43rd episode. We've been going for so long, it feels like I've known you all forever. Oh my god.
Forever and ever.
Too long, even.
And ever.
We are joined on our adventures today by our faithful homies. We have Neanderson playing the half-elf warlock, Dane Solis. Deuces. We've got Fiddle Pierce twice, as it sounds, playing the fallen Azamar sorcerer, Morgan Guicht.
Hi.
Sip. It's that celestial presence. We have Labrilla as the tiefling monk Shadani Luala.
Oh.
Looming in the shadows, who will probably be joining us later on in the session. We have Mondo Mole number 3 as the half-elf rogue Tovar Balen. But until then, I shall just put him on autopilot. And speaking of auto, as an automaton, we have Nansanator playing the Warforged cleric, Branded Edge 303.
Hello.
And Nux Tibia holding it down as always. Oh, my map is all askew. That should not be. Let's move it.
Would you say it's asunder?
No. That's all. Just no, I wouldn't. Guys, what happened last time?
Shopping episode.
Shopping.
Remarkably little shopping occurred in the shopping episode.
We made it
Your
back
prices
to
are too damn high.
a city.
My prices. I mean, take it up with the proprietors.
I think I will.
Sure.
Let me speak to your manager.
Put your Karen wig on.
Ooh.
Yes, the party had finally arrived in Waterdeep. I say finally. It's not as if Waterdeep was always a destination, but Waterdeep has always been this metropolitan hub of activity and commerce and culture, trade and arts and everything that makes civilization worth living. Crime, dirty dealings, social stratification, moral destitution, everything that makes civilization worth living. But they had, in search of the conclusion of a few tasks that were given to them by the residents of Golden Fields, having done their part to save the day, as it were, there. They were sent by Nazim to speak with a representative of the Lord's Alliance in regards to acquiring the assistance of dragons in regards to the rumblings of the threats of giants that seems to have been growing lately, as well as taking the Black Pearl pendant to the House Than from Ji Liang in order to close out the issue of her inheritance, which Dane very happily received as a bag of beans.
Don't eat all the beans. Don't do it.
Don't eat all the beans.
Hungry.
Yes, save some for your
Certainly
friends.
not at once.
I love it with you. I don't know what would happen.
They're just a bunch of stupid beans.
Don't eat the beans.
You did cast Identify, so you do know what they do.
Oh, that's stupid. Why'd I do that?
Yeah. You have to make stupid decisions on purpose instead. And the party did secure some lodging at the Twilight Hunter, a very lovely, if dark and mysterious inn in the North Ward, where God, I want to stay there. It's so goth fancy, like it's candy goth, like it's so nice. I'm gay for it. But then the party proceeded to run their errands in the town and start to suss out the potential shopping around the place, as well as Shadani meeting some old acquaintances, some old friends from back when she spent time here in Waterdeep in less than favorable circumstances, but those who were kind to her under those circumstances. When we last left off on a somewhat flaccid tone, the party was still faffing about in the Riven Shield, dealing with, considering prices, considering merchandise. Shadani and Dane had wandered off to go to the, what was it called? I believe it was the Three Winds Tea House. They went to the tea house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I recall you mentioning you went down, you sat down next to Shadani and just were sipping some tea with her. You are seated. This tea house, it's modest, but it does have a very comfortable air to it, and it does feel dignified. It does have a distinct, I guess we would say in our real world as an Eastern flair to it. You do have coming in. You do have the tatami mats. You do have cushions that are placed in front of low tables on which you kneel to. Perhaps Dane is just sitting cross-legged on it, just kind of chilling, laying back. But you take your seat on your cushion. You're served. You're brought a hot pot. It's depending on the type of tea you get, it can range to be pretty pricey. But your average green tea or black tea or chai even will be, and chai for those with a sweet tooth. Chai for the kids. You're a couple silver. But it's a nice, lovely atmosphere. And speaking of lovely atmosphere, let's have a little jams going. Let's have a little comfortable music happening. Hopefully not hear people in
Like
the place over here.
Tea.
Country Village.
It's a small cup.
Is small. You do have a variety of dishes. This being very Eastern in decor, there's still a place in Waterdeep where there are blendings of its own culture. So you have a couple of choices available for type of cups. You have the little ocha glasses where it's just a cylinder of porcelain. You do have some for your Earl Greys. You have your little handled teacups and saucers. As you look around the place, as you walked in, you took stock of the place, and you noticed Shadani and sat down. But you see that there are several tables of people just sitting and having discussions. Quiet discussions. It's not a boisterous atmosphere. But it's not a library, right? It's not hushed, whispered tones. There are conversational volume going on here with just the occasional clinking of porcelain on porcelain, and just the occasional shuffling of footsteps as servers come by and provide patrons with their orders. Mostly humans in here. Humans, half elves. It's not tremendously. It doesn't reflect the overall metropolitan population of of Waterdeep itself. Oh God.
Literally when we started.
But you see some various skin tones, some green skins, maybe half orcs, some ashen skin of questionable origin.
Ooh. Hey, Shadani.
Yes.
This place is nice and quiet, right?
Yeah. That is the atmosphere they're going for.
Yeah.
What are
Want
you
to create some
thinking?
chaos? A little mischief.
What are you thinking?
Well, this place is so stuffy and quiet and nice. I'm just feeling like a little action. I don't know, a little bored. Let's spice things up. What do you say?
Well, that is
Oh.
awfully on brand, isn't it? You hear from an adjacent table, as then you hear someone stand up and walk over to yours and sit down. Dane, you see.
Excuse you. This no. You can't sit here.
Dane, you
We're
see.
having a private conversation.
Dane, you see a lithe, a healthy tan skin, fair skin that seems to have had familiar exposure to the sun on a regular basis. Blonde hair with 2 braids that frame her face. A thin red bandana that is tied just at her hairline that goes above her ears and behind her cascading blonde hair behind her back. She sits down. You recognize this person.
I do.
You recognize this person. She sits. Says, that does sound like you. Always looking for action. Whether it's a good idea or not. Oh, where are my manners? She reaches across the table to Shidani. I'm Anna.
Oh. Shidani.
Nice to meet you. Are you perhaps his new partner?
No, nothing like that.
It's for the better. I trust you're a shrewd one then. There's not much money to be made in his business.
Oh, it's you!
It is me. Who else would it be? Of course.
I give her a punch in the head, in the mouth.
Oh, make an attack roll. So
Nope.
yes, it's unarmed attack. So just strength modifier.
7.
Yeah, she just. Oh, always.
What's going
popping
on
off,
here?
aren't you? How
Wait
have
a
you-
minute. Hold on.
She'll sort of keep her poise and be. You can clearly see in her the tension in her muscles. She's ready. Should you try again?
This is not the place. We should at least go outside.
Yes, Anna. Let's take this
I will
outside.
take some coins, throw it on the table. Out. I mean it.
All right,
She'll-
I stomp outside.
She'll stand up and look to you, Shidani. Don't mind if I do, and we'll exit preceding you.
I follow.
Taking stock of her outfit, she has loose-fitting pants that terminate in knee-high boots with a low heel. She has a few belts on which hang pouches and a reasonably ornate looking scimitar in its scabbard. A few daggers are sheathed on the outsides of her boots. There are some on her belts, maybe more elsewhere. She has a half jacket with cuffed sleeves and leather bracers that end at the wrist, and from beyond the wrist, she just has some fingerless gloves. Under the half jacket, you do see some leather, some kind of like leather plating. So she does appear to have some protection on her. as you arrive outside, she says, it's been a while. I hear you've taken some more jobs and maybe found a certain thing that you were looking for. Before I did.
And I'll like lunge at her again.
Going for a grab?
Yeah.
Okay, make a grapple roll. So make a strength athletics. Contested by her.
Oh, natural 20!
Oh shit. Okay. It's not an automatic
Fuck
success,
you,
but it's a very good chance of it. Let's see. I have. I closed the thing. Let me bring up my. Well, I'm glad I did this last night. Because important people need stats. It'll be against her strength, her acrobatics to try and slip past. You have a very good chance. Oh shit. Okay. Whew. She has a very good modifier, but that's a 19. So you catch her by the shoulders, and she's.
And then like I'll like grab her and like we'll fall to the ground, and then like we'll just
rolling,
tussle and roll.
wrestling.
Yes, and then like I'll pin her down onto the ground.
Just like old times.
Exactly like old times, Anna. Where is the eye? That's mine.
Looking for the eye still. Oh, it sounds like you moved on to bigger and better things.
Indeed.
Why be so interested in the eye when you're so intimate with the heart? Yes, I heard you took that job. I followed up on your information. It sounds like it was legit. Did you find it?
What do you care?
Oh, you know how interested I am, and she still under your grip, on her shoulders. How interested I am in all these artifacts of historical importance and value.
Don't lie. You never cared about any artifact. You just cared about advancing your own career and making money. Those things belong in a museum.
Guilty. But I have. The eye is exactly where it needs to be. Mine.
What do you want, Anna?
Oh, just to. Okay, she's gonna try and flip the pin. So she's gonna use her acrobatics and try and I guess it would be athletics to flip the. Well, no, she could still. Yeah, she can use acrobatics. Not roll too well with a 13. So contest against your strength, athletics, or your acrobatics as well.
13.
Shit, tie. Reroll. 14.
10.
Okay.
Or 12.
Okay.
11.
So numbers. So after a little, she say, "What do you want?" She's, it doesn't quite have the beat that it would otherwise because you tied it first, but she just, and she sort of her legs kind of do a little windmill and just go and
Excuse you, ma'am.
give her the momentum to spin out, and she pulls your hand with it and then gets you in a mounted position. Says, well, I want the upper hand, of course.
Just like old times.
And she'll stand up, and she'll stand up. Shidani, you see that she stands up with a practiced precision and speed. She is very, very nimble. She stands up, almost like, it's not quite like a kip up because that's from your back, but it's like she from this position, just pushes off with her hands and uses her calves to continue to rise. And in that, she takes 2 steps backwards, and it's all very fast. So she puts a little bit of distance between Dane and herself quickly. She's got very good footwork. You know, your training, I think you can appreciate just how nimble she is.
Watch out for her footwork, but her finger work is even worse. Keep your distance, Shidani.
Lewd. Goodness, I thought we were in polite company.
With you, there's no such thing as polite company. Keep your distance.
Well, if you ever wish to talk business once again, I'm sure we can let bygones be bygones. There's mutual
What do you have in
benefit
mind?
to be had. I would love more information on the heart of the Cosmic Crimson.
You're never gonna get it. What do you want, Anna?
We could trade. I have information as well. I've come across a number of treasures. We could even work together again. Separately.
Tempted, but you left me to die last time we were together, okay?
You made it out fine. I can trust in your capabilities.
Obviously, I'm great at what I do, but
course.
to be
Except for the
stabbed
making
in the
money part.
back...
No.
No.
The best thing that ever happened to your career was me. But you at least have the capabilities to handle yourself. If not for your patrons, what were they? What were they called? The Von Espith. They were cute, whatever their names were.
They were called the Von Elspeths.
Oh,
This is
I was so close. They handled most of your paperwork with all of their servants and such, sure, but every time it came to turning a profit, dropped the ball.
You're really yanking my chain, Anna.
I do what I do best. Well, if you ever want to hear about potential treasures that I have been, well, I shouldn't say unwilling, haven't gotten around to collecting yet. I have a few that have come to mind. The talon of the griffin. The spine of the warg. The ethereal lattice.
All right.
Any of these come to mind?
You have my attention.
She'll bring out a card. And she'll cautiously hand it to you.
I'll telekinetically bring it to my fingers.
That's new.
Isn't it? You can touch. You can teach an old dog new tricks. Seems.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we do have information to share, don't we? I'm perfectly willing to be the grown-up here and let water remain under the bridge. Do
Fine.
reach out.
Anna. I will. Actually, you know what? Tonight, midnight, in the grand courtyard. If that's a place.
We'll say there's one. We'll say there's one in the C ward.
Perfect. In the C word.
Tonight then. At midnight.
Tonight. Fine.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
I'll see
Goodbye.
you there. Tishani, a pleasure to meet you. You extend a hand.
Don't fall for her evil, sexy ways.
A soft touch over the top and draws her fingers along. Ta! And she'll walk into the crowd. Make a perception check.
Oh, that is not good, Slappy. So just...
So just what?
Let Shidani do it.
19.
19! See, that's what. Shidani's got a card.
Better
Don't-
than my 8?
Don't worry. Yeah. Shidani, you see as she goes, Ta, and begins to walk into the crowd because you are in the trade ward, so it is the streets are quite busy. She walks into the crowd, and you see her reach into her half jacket. She one hand waving, the other hand just slides into her half jacket, and as like just a scattered few people just momentarily obscure your vision of her, she is gone.
Old friend.
Something like that. Old lover, old partner, new
One
nemesis.
of those. One of those, I understand.
I don't think you do. She's pure evil. Oh, that woman. That woman. Oh, she'd drive me wild.
Come on, Dane.
She'd drive
It's
me
okay.
crazy.
It's okay. It's okay. Come on. Come
I'll
here.
get
Come
her.
here.
I'd get her and treasures too. For mine. Like, I'll follow along, grumbling and stamping my foot.
Do you return to the tea house? Do you?
No. Well, let's rejoin the rest of our group.
Okay. You
Yeah.
you go back into.
I had paid. So.
Yeah, you threw that and sent some coins. I say mark off like whatever you grabbed, a handful of silver, I guess. You re-enter Riven
More
Shields.
platinum.
Yeah. Oh fuck! Just a fistful of platinum. You re-enter Riven Shields to see Morgden and Branded Edge and Tobavar just just agonizing over some merchandise.
Oh my god, just take them all.
I want to. I don't have enough money.
You see the clerk there. Oh, sorry.
It's
Listen,
been like 20 minutes.
if you're gonna have a hard time deciding, you don't have to decide now. We are open. We are open until 10 bells, so feel free to come back anytime. I know. Listen, if you're new to Waterdeep, there's a lot of sights to see. Even if you're from here, there's a lot of stuff you never see. Take your time. Take your time. You know, you've come into some money. Walk around. We'll be here with our quality goods when you make your decision.
Like, as I'm walking away, I'm still looking over my shoulder, thinking, "Oh, but I."
Heal it.
Okay. We'll come back.
Yeah, we'll come back.
So,
I noticed
oh, sorry.
Dane's all grumpy.
Yeah,
Notice Dane's all grumpy. Like,
yeah.
what are you doing?
With
You all
with your
kind of meet
and with your
outside.
passive insight, like easily, yeah. Easily, you see that the mood is
You
shifted.
guys, are we finished?
I definitely want to come back. I definitely want 2 things out of there. But I look at my coin purse. Like, there's not enough here to cover for it. So I might have to go trading before I come back.
And indeed,
Then advised to shop around.
woo. Turn that down a little bit. That became
Wow,
very.
Morgan, your voice is so loud. No need to shout.
And now I can't hear.
And now I can't even hear you.
Let's turn it down a little bit. Turn it
I
back up.
can't control the volume of my voice.
Anyway, yes, I think we should go ahead and go trading first. Let's get rid of some of our excess things that have been weighing us down. I
Emotional
don't even want to
baggage.
think about that cave anymore, and I feel like it's just we're being weighed down by all of it.
Agreed. Let's go. Mondo.
We do have a lot.
Who's Mondo?
Toba. Let's go.
Dane is so upset he forgot his friends' names. Oh my goodness.
Yes, I'm.
Um,
I'm quite upset.
Yes, we do have quite a lot of solid assets that could stand to be liquefied.
So we'll have some liquid assets.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. Where will you go? Now that you have this handy dandy shared document of all of your loot to consider, where would you like to go?
we need to go to like a jeweler, no?
A jeweler. All right. That is certainly something. That's certainly an option.
We do have a lot of gems.
Oh, you sound,
Yeah.
I think you already sound better.
Some historical artifacts. Feel like
And a lot of potions.
I'll continue to use this lovely list of names of places. Asking around, it's no difficult feat to find a number of jewelers. There are booths. There are stalls in the trade ward, in the very densely kind of packed marketplace that do have jewels of some description. They are, sized as stalls, so that can be an indication of how much stock they have, how much coin they might have on hand, maybe. But any asking around will point you towards the direction of the Sea Ward, where there is a very high dollar. It is jewelry, after all, but very fine jewelry called Halazar's Fine Gems.
The Halazars.
All right, you head up north through several blocks. Make your way up towards the Sea Ward. Passing by the Sea Ward, you do see a number of scattered shops among the residences. A couple dense collections of shops. Even within the wards, there might be a little commercial area and surrounded by residential areas. The city planning in Waterdeep is as complex as its history. You do pass by a place called Melvar's Chapbooks and Folios that appears to be a literature store.
Oh, we
And a very
definitely have-
upscale tome shop.
definitely have some cool books that we could pawn off there.
Oh, those porno books?
Well,
I mean,
I mean,
those are topivars.
Oh, they are? Okay, sorry.
There are books for sale or purchase. You do pass by a shop. Actually, as you're approaching Halazar's Fine Gems, you see a store nearby with a sort of dusky atmosphere, a sort of burgundy and brown facade that is peering through from within the windows. The open bay windows that do have some deep red shutters called Velatha's Delights.
what kind of delights?
oh lord.
You may have heard of this place. It is actually, I think Morgan would have heard of this place as well because it's been featured in a number of books. You have happened across a few, actually probably your mom's romance novels that speaks of Velatha's Delights. That there's these are sort of the silver store kind of cheaply bound, light reading romance novels.
Ja, smack in there.
About Waterdavian nobles having trysts in a place called Velatha's Delights. It is a luxury shop, but it's where you may find think of like a cigar bar or something like that, but not cigars. It's not a smoky, dense, gross atmosphere, but it is It is a perfumed atmosphere. There are silks. You can buy bolts of silk if you wanted. Like a lot of the things that they use to adorn their own shop, you can purchase for yourself. Decor, but it's also a place where people come to gather and just. It's much like the tea shop, but much more decadent.
Mm.
You know,
They probably sell literature of their own, as featured in.
We should have kept Winky's book.
We definitely have those funerary masks. Do you think they would know something about it?
Would they care about those?
It's historical stuff.
I rolled a 16 in perception. I want to see if I see any evidence of Dane being followed, or if I see that lady anywhere.
Good shout.
But I'm trying to do it very stealthily, so if you want, I could do one of those too, but...
Yeah, go ahead and make a stealth roll too. I could even accept a sleight of hand, because you're sort of masking. You're not trying to not be seen in general. You're trying to mask your actions, so you can sort of like, maybe like flick your hair to the side and make it look like you're just that's the ledger domain that is covered by sleight of hand.
No, true. 12.
12? Okay.
Yeah.
You subtly perceive around, and you see that there are people who have been walking past you for maybe a couple of blocks, but then they turn off and enter a shop. One goes into Velatha's Delights. It's that sort of thing where like when you're driving along the road and like someone's following you too close, and you're like, are they? And like they turn into a neighborhood, and then like you turn into then they turn into a neighborhood, and you're like, okay, but then they go off to another street. Like, oh, all right, got it. It's a coincidence. There does not seem to be anyone following with the intent to tail that you notice.
Okay, good.
So, nearby Velatha's Delights, you do see Haladar's Fine Gems. It is a finely constructed storefront with stone foundation, lumber, and kind of the plaster or stucco, whatever fucking medieval material we're dealing with. Walls, and some windows. But as you enter, it is as if the light is just sucked from your eyes. You enter and it is black. It is black all around the walls. But then, taking a moment to adjust from coming in from the midday sun, you see that there is a shimmer to the walls, as they have sort of a mystical glimmer on them. And against the walls, you see the glass counters in which lie many very ornate and very fine pieces of jewelry, gems on pillows. You see pendants and necklaces and circlets and brooches sort of suspended from what appear to be like clear, maybe glass pegs coming from the black walls. And because of this blackness and this shimmer, it foils every piece of jewelry, so that you see the lovely facets and even the polished precious metals standing out so much more against this blackness. And as you enter in, oh yes, how do you do? How may I help you today?
We have gems to sell, and we have money to make.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Always looking for a fair trade of beautiful goods. Please, come this way, and we'll step over from behind the what appears to be sort of a little seating area behind the counter, over to a spot against the side wall where another counter exists, on which there is which unrolls a I guess you would probably reckon it to be velvet, like a black velvet square, just a rectangle, like a placemat. What do you have for me to observe?
Nothing but the finest jewels wrested from the hands of unworthy people. You will find nothing but the finest jewels here. And then
Is it
we
so
have-
often the case these days?
we have jades, malachites, azurites, peridots, obsidians, necklaces, gold rings, emeralds, you name it, we've got it.
So you just
Did Dane just like open up his like
His like trench
coat and
coat.
just show all the stuff on it?
stranger.
Who?
So, all right, let's take a look. So we've got. So he'll look at the jades. He'll look at the azurites, the peridot, the I guess the obsidian flakes, the emeralds. Oh, there's a lot.
Like a lot.
So you pretty much everything that is basically precious stones and jewelry. Does that include like the dining implements, like the candelabras and such?
Oh yeah, we don't need candelabras and like soup gravy boats,
Okay.
crystal gravy boats.
So
Randy,
rings.
We might.
Randy, did you want to keep any of those to practice on?
Do I want to keep?
We have some
those?
cheaper ones.
That's right. Ooh, that's a good idea.
Let's see.
I'm thinking about that.
Taking stock of what you've laid down in the inventory, you see that you do have gold rings that are plain bands of gold. That can be used with any one of the precious stones. You have 2 gold rings. Each one can be used with however many you can make fit. In most cases, that's going to be, if not just like one precious stone, then a part of a precious stone. You might have to cut the stone. Like you might, you have. Looking around the shop, you see that most of the rings most of the rings and the bracelets and necklaces and baubles that have inset stones that are faceted. They, of course, being faceted, they are stones with translucency, because that's the point of faceting them. Is that you get that refraction and you get the reflection and you get that brilliance from that. There are. This is not exactly the kind of place that would have a bargain bin, but what you would see that would be the closest to that is pretty much like just a standing display on top of the counter. It's not like it's available. Like if anything's at risk for being shoplifted, like they don't give a shit about these. That's where you see your solid stones, right? That's where you see the inset solid stones, like your onyxes and just like your unfaceted like onyxes and your jades. That's where you see your turquoise, right? That's where you see your southwestern jewelry, your jades and turquoises. It's still very well crafted. Like this is not. It appears that taking a look around, this is not the kind of place that deals in anything less than a certain threshold.
Be in the fancy place.
So like those, it would appear that the things that would give you the greatest result of a well-crafted jewel would be something that is translucent and can be faceted.
Okay.
So looking through, you have what?
Definitely want to keep the small emeralds.
Yes, you have emeralds. You have blue quartz, which quartz is not very valuable, but it can be faceted and improved.
The trains.
You have beryl.
Yes. Okay.
You have beryl. You have emeralds, and you have blue quartz.
Let's keep back the barrel and the emerald and the gold rings and paradots.
And the barons.
Is that okay, guys? Because I want to practice with those and make them into.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do you, boo.
Yeah, you want to sell them.
Okay.
And then we can sell them later.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
he'll take out. I always forget what the little thing is called. The little jeweler's eye thing. It has a name, and I always forget it. Look it up. Actually, I'm not, because I know somebody's googling it right now.
I'm not.
It's Nancinator. She's doing it right now. I guarantee you that.
I'm working on the sheet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're doing that. Okay. Typically, whenever I'm like, I forget what this is called, you're like, whap!
Just
You just bang it out.
This,
Oh, the relative reflectometer?
my giant Google.
Is that what it's called?
It's a type of relative reflectometer.
Nerd.
Jeweler's eye. Jeweler's loop. Jeweler's eye loop. That's what it's
Just
called.
saying relative reflectometer sounds dope.
Yes, the illuminated jeweler's eye loop. Nice. Yeah, an eye loop.
That's
Takes out
gonna
the little eye
be
loop.
my deity.
And
The jewel in my chest.
he takes out this eye loop, and as he places it to his eye, you see like two more sort of ethereal. Well, these two additional lenses just suspended themselves in space in front of the end of the eye. As he gets a close look at everything, these all appear to be in relatively good condition. As I see, these are all unworked, but they are at least they are unset. They are uncrafted into any piece of appreciable jewelry. But stones themselves, of course, have a direct value. I will give you the relevant price for them. For
Question.
sorry, go on.
Is there any? Looking around? Is there any like magical jewelry in here?
We will come back to this. For the jade. For the jade, here. Let's see. Do I still have my calculator up? My calculator. For the jade, for the malachite, for the azurite, for the citrine,
Citrus.
for the moonstone. Oh, sorry, for the moonstone. For the not the blue azurite, but the other azurite, which just sounds like it's blue. It's azure. Anyway, for the moonstone, so it's 30 jade, 3 malachite, 15 blue azurite. You're keeping the peridot. 5 citrine, 6 azurite, 5 polished moonstone.
About the obsidian.
1 second. 10 sardonyx. See, these are the ones that have a direct trade-in value. The blue quartz. The alexandrite. Ooh. And the bloodstones. He will almost like banking in this case. He will simply offer you the accordant value of 1,810 gold. Like, you would know, anyone who's done any business, you would know that there's not really any talking up precious stones, because they just have a distinct value. You can't upsell because it's not worked. Like, the polished moonstone is the closest thing to being worked, but it's just made more presentable.
I wish I had done more sooner with this, guys. I'm sorry.
But I wanted you to practice with some.
There'll be plenty of opportunity for you to work on some more, and then we can sell out a tinier profit. But for now, they're wearing us down, and we need to get some liquid assets into our pockets so that we can get you whatever weapon you wanted, or both.
Oh, I wanted that armor. Okay, yes. Okay, let's do it.
What a lovely way of putting it, Dane.
Now that, of course, is all the stuff that is just the direct trade-in value. You can begin to assess the rest of the stuff. So I'll, for my own benefit, I'll look at your table. Because I made a shadow version of your table for my usage. Because there's stuff on there. There's stuff about it I don't want you to know yet. Or stuff you just don't know yet. But I need to know.
Rude.
Such as what those unknown potions are. I know what they are. Because I got it. You look at the obsidian flakes. These are sort of they're not really a precious, like the obsidian flakes and the obsidian are not so much precious stones or jewels, but they can be used for decorative elements. He'll offer you a fair trade for those, though. 70 gold, I think, would be the trade-in. It's just the net value. I think you would know. That'd be the overall net value. I think he would offer you 70 gold. Them being flakes, yeah, they would have to be used for like maybe decorating a book binding or something like that. Working into a hilt, some kind of cool shit. So, yeah, I'll offer you 70 for that. Okay, let me click on this and bring this over. I'll move the sold thing over to the prices. So mark off what is sold as you confirm to sell it. That way it becomes easier. Let's see. You're keeping the gold rings, the small emeralds, the peridot, and the beryl.
Aye.
He'll look at the rings, earrings, and other rings that have already inset diamonds and sapphire and emerald. Okay, now we have the actual jewelry that has been crafted. Is it fine? Oh, the jewels are in... Oh, they just... One more little lens comes out. They're in good condition. The workmanship is certainly adequate. I would say that's acceptable. He will offer... Looks like it has seen better days. It may have spent some time in less than stellar care and maintenance. Holding up an earring. Okay, well, there are some defacing elements on the metals. The jewel seems to have held up fairly well. I think I can offer you 300 gold for these.
Here?
We should have prestidigitated these jewels before coming.
I did when I put them away.
Oh, you're so smart.
Doing so, you have
Need to
cleaned
appear
them.
confident, Dane.
Doing so, yes, certainly, you can have cleaned them, but there are various scratches and wears and tears that may have to be buffed out by a professional.
You don't want to buff those out.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's what you gotta do.
Oh, are you also keeping
Oh,
the golden bracelets? Because you do have plain gold bracelets as well.
Okay, thank you.
Are you keeping that?
Sure.
Okay.
That's a good idea, because then I could turn gems into bracelets. Okay.
Yeah, you can set those as long as because you do have proficiency. With your jeweler's kit, you can use your imagination and play with these things.
Hey,
okay.
Edge, you wanted a diamond, right, for that spell?
Ooh, I did. Ooh, should I get that or should I get the armor?
I'll go ahead and mark these off.
Why not both?
I'll mark off the things
I feel like the diamond should be a group purchase.
I believe
I
you
was
have
gonna
sold these.
say we would all want to go
Yeah,
in on
well-
the diamond.
We'll all pitch in for sure. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
For that spell, yeah, for that revivify spell, that would be awesome. Do
But-
it.
Oh yes, one of us going to need it soon.
Yes.
You?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully
Very
not me.
squishy.
I know.
And I'm only gonna
So
get more
practical.
I almost forgot about that spell.
Because we can't use it without a diamond, is the thing.
Ooh, okay.
Mm.
He'll look at the
All right, let's get you done.
he'll look at the jade and gold necklace. Say, I do have this. I believe I would have a place for this. And of course, this jade is not a faceted stone. It's not worth quite as much. But he'll offer you 80 gold for the jade and gold necklace.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, the Bosmer's done. Oh, sorry, Alex. Can't forget about that. Hmm. The various jewelry and baubles. There was a lot of that, and I think a lot of it came from like the Ifrit. Yeah, a lot of it came from the Ifrit. This is okay. That came from the Ifrit. You'll see this. Oh, this is interesting. This is not.
It's from
something-
an Ifrit. Very rare.
An Ifrit, you say? What is this? What is this Ifrit?
Oh, it's a magical creature, very dangerous, very hard to come by, very rare. It would
Dane?
do quite well in this shop.
Dane.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
It does.
They haven't met a genie. It's like an evil genie.
Oh, I see. Yes, this does have a very curious aesthetic to it. It does have it has such an energy to its color and its cut. It's something. There's something vicious about it. But it is yet.
Oh.
It communicates power, but yet something dignified about it. It is not cruel. It is not overly. What would you say? Goth. I believe some of the tackier jewelers have come to call
It's
it.
probably from the elemental plane of fire. It's well traveled.
That is fascinating. Well traveled, and yet it is in such good care. Oh, well.
It's like us.
Make
Exactly,
a
which is
persuasion
the selling
check.
point.
I'll say make a persuasion check at advantage. Either one of you, or both.
I-
You can do one.
I think you are better at persuading. I'm at +5. But
Oh,
you're
I'm
at +8. Yeah. I'll give my dear friend Mark an advantage here.
Giving me like a back massage with your hand. That's a 27.
27. Very good. Well, that is quite fascinating. It is in quite good care, and despite coming from what you say, another plane of existence. Wow,
Which
it
means
is-
it's very robust. It will last.
It is remarkable, yes, and it is as a set as well. I think this could go well as to a collector of extraplanar curiosities, as well as something to adorn that outfit that you have. That seems to have very much the same aesthetic. Somebody wearing something like that would do very well to adorn themselves with something like this. They would cut quite the remarkable presents. I could offer you 3,000 gold for these.
Holy shit.
For the set.
Oh, with the outfit?
Oh, you would be willing to sell the outfit? I do not.
No, I'm not willing to sell the robe.
Oh, that is outside of my purview, but it is good to have options. But if you are
I'm
not
wiping
willing to
the
sell it,
drool
then
off my chin.
this is just bleh. This is just for the. You may be used to this, as without looking, he sort of casts a mage hand and brings a handkerchief over to you. Here you are. Just for this set of jewelry, this set of accessories and jewels here, I will offer you 3,000.
Sounds decent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes!
Wonderful,
I'm
fantastic,
I'm
fantastic.
trying to
doing
look on a
business.
list to see which one this is. The
This is-
rings and
this is
earrings, the
various
diamonds,
jewelry and
rings,
baubles.
sapphires, emeralds?
It's various
Okay.
jewelry and baubles.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. I believe you already sold the rings, earrings, and rings for 300.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, I can see what you're doing.
Holy shit. Oh, okay.
Jade necklace is
Okay.
sold.
Dude, that would be acceptable. Yes. I don't even look at the other people. Anyone else? That's acceptable. Yes.
And going down the line, he goes to the candle holders. And this, there are no gems in this, but it is very fine workmanship. I think I could probably. I have associates who deal more in decor, and we do have agreements with each other's shops. I could offer you a. Since it is not. Looking around, you see it's not quite the purview of his shop. There are things of precious metals, but they're mostly wearables. Well, I could buy it and see if we can do a lateral trade, or I can simply point you in the direction of Velatha's Delights. They deal more in decor than I do.
Oh, so we could
Wanna
sell
go there?
this
We have to-
tapestry of a dragon.
Oh my, yes.
And
That
the
would
statue.
probably go better over there, yes. The statue, is same. Objet d'art is not
Yes.
exactly. We do well to have respectable business dealings with the other shops here. Those within and without guilds. It is always better to direct trade to the relevant experts, such as myself, when it comes to.
What was the name of that
jewelry.
place again?
It's the place you passed on. the way.
Delights.
It's just across the street. It's Velatha's Delights.
Ooh.
And what was your name again?
Let's see, would this be him? Yeah. I am Halazar, of course. I'm Halazar of, as you see, Halazar's Fine Gems. This is why I am, of course, the expert here in such purveyance of wonderful and beautiful works of wearable art.
You have a wonderful shop.
Oh, why, many gracious thanks. I do what I can. The walls have been enchanted myself. I find it does bring out the luster of all of the pieces that we have collected here.
You enchant them.
I do find my time. If not something that I handle myself, I worked with some of the enchanters in town at the wizard schools to produce tools of my trade.
Have you ever enchanted any of your... Do you have any enchanted items, perhaps, that I could browse?
That's a very good question. Oh, that is a very good question. But but first, the matter at hand. We can give you an estimate on the rest of your goods here.
Yeah.
Let's see. The candle holder. I think you may wish to take over to Velatha. This ivory light. Oh, this is beautiful. Well carved. Once again, instruments and other things of luxury besides jewelry, I think would go to Velatha. Was there anything else that you put down there? Another silver candelabra and messy dishes. With the point two there. And then he gets to the funerary masks. Oh, this is interesting.
Very hard to come by.
So the person before you, you see, seems to be human. Hard to tell what age, as they have their hair pulled back really tight, too tight. Like you feel like it's not doing any favors on their hairline or their scalp. It's like so pulled back so tight it almost looks like it's pomaded. But you see, like, there's kind of sort of a salt and pepper thing going on with her hair, but instead of gray, it's like dark brown, and the pepper is like nut brown, like mousy brown.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to tell if that's age taking control of the hair, or if it's just a strange sort of like maybe natural highlight. It's sort of unusual. They are bespectacled, but have taken down the spectacles to hang on a nice fine silver chain as they put the loop to their eye. Long ears, not like elven, so you do reckon they're human, but the ears are kind of long. There's kind of there's almost kind of a Harold Ramis thing going on, but sort of like sharp, like less of a strong jaw, like kind of a weaker chin. Like kind of comes to like the inverted egg shape, inverted like teardrop shape, with a very kind of a weak chin. A little bit of that Egon neck though, kind of like the Ichabod Crane in a neck. So it's a very, very kind of wispy individual, with a charcoal vest, and just like very finely dressed, but dressed for business. Charcoal vest and white button-up shirt with a very understated kind of ruffle around the top buttons and collar, and black slacks. They reach into their vest pocket, and take out a little disc. Please, this is a very remarkable design. It, as I am an expert on all things jewels, I can certainly speak to the craftsmanship. It is immaculate. It would rival those of the as what did you call it, the Ifriti set. But of historical value, I may wish. Archibald. And you see a young. You see a seems to be a young halfling come out from the back room. Yes, what is it? Come here for a moment. I need to send a message. You'll take out a disc that appears to be some kind of polished metal. And as you catch a glimpse of it, you see that there's what looks to be a set of it looks like it's made of the metal. A set of lips on one side. He'll hold it and say, Druthar, I have some customers here with wares that may be of interest to you. Please come to my shop immediately. Take this over to Druthar. Oh, right away. We'll grab the disc and run off. If you'll, it won't be long before my associate comes to give a second opinion on these. But if you don't mind setting that aside, I believe you are asking about further business?
We're always looking for new and interesting ways to help ourselves while we're adventuring.
Then, any enchanted things I believe you're asking for. All right, then, let me see. Let's go ahead and do this. Make sure I've got all the right stuff we're working with.
Any pearls or shards specifically, or rings? At least that's the things I'm looking for.
Well, I have worked with some of the wizards, and within my own capabilities, to create several items that may be of interest to. I imagine with your collection here, you are quite the adventuring type, the kind to get out and not just look fantastic with these, but ones that do have protective or offensive functions. To the latter point, I have one of these. One moment. And we'll go and go behind a one of the cases, and you hear some click, 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 and it's actually a case that is several compartments that have a glass front to them, and it goes behind one of them, click, opens up, and you see him take off one of the pillows, a necklace that is of gold chain, and dangling from the necklace are 4 orange beads. Beads. Spheres.
I'm glad it's not bees.
I mean, hey, this is only the first item.
Yeah.
There are more?
This
What
is
if we
the first
just buy all the first items you tell us?
This is a necklace of fireball.
Hello.
It's the application of which does seem rather crude for one of my works, but the wizards that helped me with its construction insist that adventurers do love such a thing. Pluck one of the beads from the necklace and throw it. It will find itself landing up to a good distance away, I'll say 60 feet, and will explode in a torrent of flame. Yes, it's a necklace of fireballs. You pluck off a bead and you cast fireball with it.
But only 4
beads.
4 uses.
Yes. It will, what I do pride myself on, however, is once the beads are plucked, it still does remain a fetching piece.
It is very nice.
That will cost for you. The asking price would be we'll say, hold on. They affected the markup here. I have handy tools for this. We'll say 2,200 gold for this necklace. Set that aside. Well, that's silly. Sorry, I'm observing things that seem to be within the purview of this shop. Oh, this one's good. It's definitely good. Sorry, let me get another. Did I hear you mention you were also looking for jewels on their own? Pearls? You mentioned.
Yes.
As he's rummaging through the shelves. Let's see here.
Like a big old diamond.
A diamond? Oh well, certainly. We have gems that may be used on their own for your.
It's a big old fuck off diamond.
Fuck off diamond, you say? Oh, you're looking for the fuck off diamond. Oh, that is a piece of legend. I would love to have the fuck off in my collection.
Oh, yes.
The Fuck Off family is a large family. Nobody
Indeed,
likes
they are many valuable books, but here it is cursed. So
Protective of their jewels.
certainly, indeed.
The family jewels, really.
I do hear the fuck off diamond is cursed, but that only adds to its mystique and prestige.
Ooh, can we see the fuck off diamond?
Oh, I do not have the fuck off diamond. I would, if you come across any more information of the fuck off diamond, I would be more than happy to do further business in that regard. I would love.
I mean,
to
I have a fuck off jewel on my person, in my person, whatever.
You have one of the fuck off collection.
Maybe not like the actual fuck off one, but similar.
I think Dane means that he has a fuck up diamond.
Rude.
Well, he will certainly.
Not with as much.
He'll direct your attention to a case that has just like pillowed jewels of various kinds, and very clearly you can see that there are pretty much whatever you would need in regards to any sort of mundane jewel. You see diamonds that appear to be worth their 300 gold. You see pearls worth 100 gold. You see lots of
enchanted.
You see the stuff that is available. Enchanted.
Yes. Powerfully enchanted.
Well, I do have more, of course. He will bring down. That can be one of them. Reaching into the glass case. In fact, as you see his hand pass through the back of this, so it's essentially like, think of like a shoe cubby, right? How that that would be made of wood. This appears to be made of what we would know to be something like plexiglass, right? Like very sturdy looking, but transparent, translucent display case. But as he opens up, like clicks some locks like along the back, and like slides the glass up. As he reaches into it, you still see his hand pass through what appears to be like a ripple in the air. Like, boom. Reaches through and grasps something, and slides the portion back down, and will place in front of you. I have something for this. Wondrous. There we are. He'll place in front of you on a small silver, or maybe even like a small silver, not tarnished, but it looks to have like some darkness in the corners that they appear to be maybe intentional, or maybe it's impossible to avoid with how these may be old. On a small silver pedestal, places two down in front of you, on which is suspended one emerald with a sort of a subtle pulsing glow on the inside, and one red corundum. That these gems are both quite well cut and faceted, and they appear to be about the size of that. Like they could be held like this, just held in the palm of one's hand, kind of like a crab apple, or a nectarine. Nectarine, is that the small one? Whatever.
What are these beauties?
These are elemental gems. Within these reside the spirits of something, as you described. It is not an ifrit. That must be something else. But these are manifestations of elemental energy. They are, I suppose, connected to those planes of the elements, as mentioned. It's not quite within my purview, but the technicalities of such things is more the purview of the academics in the wizard academies. I am an artiste. I handle the beauteous nature of this. When It pains me to think of it, but if these are to be destroyed, it will release the spirit within. Mechanically speaking, they're elemental gems. If you were to break one, it would essentially function as if you had cast the Conjure Elemental spell.
Oh.
The red one contains within it the spirit of fire. The emerald has within it water. Let me do a price check on this.
Yes.
Because I had a price before, but I didn't want to.
Can I get a price check on fire elemental? Fire elemental price check?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
Either one. Actually. Same. Okay. Either one would cost 1,300 gold pieces.
Oh, it's a lot of
Very
MOBA.
nice. Very nice. Not exactly what I was looking for, but I will keep them in mind.
Understood. Is there anything in particular you're trying to find? I do have a variety of things of various effects, but if there's something that you wish to narrow it down to, I may see if I have it in stock.
Oh. Have you ever heard of a Feywild Shard?
A Feywild Shard. I believe that has to do with another one of those planes we've discussed. The Feywild is not something with which I'm overly familiar. The Feywild itself, I do hear that there are mysterious works of art coming from there, but that it is as dangerous as it is beautiful. Which is approximately all I would know about it. I can tell you what. I can look into the matter. What is this? What else can you tell me about this Feywild Shard? Is it a gem? Is it a piece of jewelry that I should look to add to my collection?
It's like a crystal.
A crystal? We're on the right track.
Yes, they come from... There are versions from most planes. This one is very tricky. It's, if your magic sometimes goes a little wild, you can do that anytime you wish. Or if you're not, you can do it one.
Interesting.
If
So
you're
it
not
has
one.
so it has latent magical properties to it.
It
That
does.
sounds like it could be fascinating. I should indeed look into this. I will
I
tell you
thought
what.
that might be a stretch, but
I
I've
will
understood.
get in touch with some of my contacts from the academies. Those who have helped me to enchant my works here in the past. I trust that they would have some knowledge as well. We can see about tracking some of this down for you. Depending on information I may gather, we may have it in stock soon, but I will have to see. Check back in periodically, and I may have more information for you. It's about this time. The front door swings open, and you hear heavy boots
Oh,
enter the shop. Alazar, what is it? What did you need? Druthar, yes. These fine customers have brought in something I feel may be of interest to you. You see, stepping in, a dwarf with very, very well kempt beard, a very neat, not bushy as you may see, but very tightly sort of, not trimmed down, but tightly shaped, with two small braids to either side. He is his head is clean shaven. He has. You're not sure if he's just got ruddy skin or if he's actually wearing makeup, because he seems to have a little bit of a light pink blush going on. He comes in. His boots are heavy, but his steps are heavy, but he appears to be dressed quite finely. Not all that dissimilar from Halazar himself, with very dark slacks. Well, these aren't quite like pressed slacks like Halazar's, but they're dark linen pants, and actually a black blouse, or not black, but charcoal like blouse, sort of sleeve that has a bit of a puff and then terminates on a tight cuff. And even from here, you can see like a lot of dwarven smiths you've met have very like calloused and just beaten hands and cracked nails, like well manicured, very clean and well manicured. They brought in a piece here, 2 pieces to be exact, that I think may be of interest to you. All right, let me see here. Let me see what we have. Oh my goodness. Where did you get these? Who brought? Which of you brought this in?
We came across them in
Legally.
a dungeon, a temple. Actually, the very temple where we fought that Ifrit. And it was among the things we brought back.
Okay. Let me see something real quick.
I specifically omit that we opened up a grave and took them.
Sure do. I'm trying to find the particular
There were a lot of people in there. Someone else could have done it.
entry of these things. Of where, in fact, you found it.
It was the on the drow. I think it was a drow casket.
It's not that one. It's not the drow casket.
Oh, dang it!
I do remember where it was,
Where
but
we-
there's some more information I'd like of it.
Or is this where we went behind the secret? No, that was the mace. No, I mean the shield. Damn it!
Damn it!
My brain is fried from the tech stuff. Sorry.
Rude.
These are the workmanship of this, the make of these. They date back thousands of years. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this sort of craftsmanship. Let me see that. It just, so it just crudely sort of like snatches the loop. Oh, yes, if I'm not mistaken, this, without looking, just like hands it back, would go back to Tiar Basil, a lost dwarven kingdom in the Desert Valley. I do not believe in good conscience. With all due respect, I cannot recommend purchasing these historical and spiritual artifacts of importance from these fine folks. I think there are interested parties back in, I think in Mirabar, who may wish to assess the importance of these.
If you would be so kind as to forewarn them in advance, it is part of our journey to get to Mirabar. If you could just give them word, send them word that we're on our way so that we can negotiate a fair price, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, my dwarven friend.
I believe I can do exactly that, yes. That is much appreciated. You may have heard, Halazar, I am Druthar.
Hello, Jafar.
Just Druthar.
Sure.
Okay, but Jafar, yeah.
T-H-A-R?
DHRUTHAR.
Why?
Because fantasy, and fuck you. Uh, it's every name is.
My name is
A
Jim.
regular name, like
E-J-E-E-M.
Yeah, like it's like there's like 3 glottal stops in Jim.
why can't you have a regular name like Wished?
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you've done. Yes, I will indeed send word to the interested leadership in Mirabar. They shall. Who shall they be expecting?
This wonderful group that is
We really
called
should
the.
brand ourselves.
Yes, we need branding. I mean, we're very recognizable. We have a tiny purple tiefling and a gray-skinned person and a giant metal person.
And yeah, sort of scanning. Well, I can simply take down your individual names and take. And he sort of like double takes at Brandy. Oh my word! My goodness, what have we here?
Here's a tall drink of water.
I'm like,
Yes, but
Something.
is this a metal person? This isn't. This is not armor. That is not a mask.
Not it.
that's my face.
You are a. You are a construct of some kind. You. You have. What is it? You have. Sapience. You speak for yourself. You think you.
Do? Yeah?
That
There
is.
ain't no strings on me.
That is
What about this
fascinating.
one?
I will send word of that as well. I think there will be someone. I think we may have some individuals who'd be interested in that as well.
Yeah.
I am unfamiliar with the etiquette of dealing with a sapient construct, but I must say that your craftsmanship is beautiful.
Thank you very much. I'll
Very-
take that as a compliment.
Very, if I may get closer, and yeah, with consent, but but a bit rapidly, like he's kind of like already leaning forward, and then if consenting, then it kind of goes closer.
Sure.
So
I'll,
it's
like, I'll put my arm out. Like, you can look at my arm. There you go.
oh yes, wonderful, yes. And we'll look at that your joints and seams and well, if there are really like there kind of are no perceivable seams on anywhere that isn't a joint. Even between the metallic portions, there's some sort of. It is almost as if it is fabric, but it is smooth. Like, and he'll like kind of rub his thumb like on the inside of your elbow, and it tickles. And you have sensation there that is almost unthinkable. You
I
are
don't want to jerk too hard. I might hit him in the face.
a fascinating. A fascinating bit of work here. I have not seen something that is so remarkable. What is your name?
My name is Branded Edge 303. Lovely to meet you, Truthar.
Edge 303. He'll make notes. He'll go around and get everyone. He gives them names individually, and that way he'll give word to Mirabar that you are coming with Terrabasil funerary masks. and yes, I would certainly, if you do not mind speaking with some of the leadership of the Craftsmen's Guilds up in Mirabar, I think that they would have great interest in speaking with you.
Sure, if we have some time, swing by. Sounds good.
Fantastic. Oh, God, I do wish I could stay longer, but I have much work to do on my own accord. Halazar, much appreciated. If there's nothing else...
Can I ask what your trade is?
I work in some overlapping trade with Halazar here, but I deal more in historical artifacts.
Ah,
Oh, so you'd be the one to talk to about selling all these tapestries and statues and stuff?
I could certainly take a look.
I'm sure we'll see. You have a shop, yes?
Yes, I am over in
I'm
the
sure we'll
North
pop in.
Ward.
Okay. We'll pop in and like make a little proper introduction there.
Fantastic.
We're new to town, obviously.
You will find me at my shop. It is called what would it be called?
Something delights.
It's Melanda's delights.
This is not him.
No, this is Druthar. Velasquez Delights just across the street, and that's luxuries. That's like decadent shit. Decor and just like fancy stuff for around the house. You want the tapestries is right up his alley, as you say.
Scented
You
candles.
should get yourself a new robe, Morgden.
But historically speaking, his shop is called I had something good. Hold on. I had something good for this.
Yeah.
Ruthar's droopy dreams.
It's not his name.
Drippy dreams.
It doesn't have his name in it. It's called I think it would be called, it's kind of called something stuffy. Like it kind of like sells that it's historical shit. Like it's simply called Relics and Reliquaries.
Okay.
Come to Relics and Reliquaries in the North Ward. I will be there during business hours. I can certainly assess the historical value of any of your artifacts and offer an appropriate price for them.
May I take my arm back now? Thanks. Okay.
Oh yes.
I'd forgotten he was still holding arm. Very well.
Sometimes you just forget you pocket an arm, you know.
Oh, I know how that is.
I can put my arm back on. You can't. So play safe.
Astro!
Oh, well then. Much appreciated, Druthar. Please, do not let me keep you. I won't. Good day. And he'll take his leave.
Bye.
Back to business at
Good day.
hand. Oh, I slide back to the funerary masks. It is a shame to not add these to my collection, but who am I to deny the word of my esteemed associate? It sounds like you have further business with these as it is. Well, we do have further business as well. If it is something incredibly rare you are looking for, this one is not of my craft, but it has come across my desk, so to speak. Have you ever heard of an Ioun stone?
I have heard it, and I can't remember what it does.
My brain is a little foggy on that at the moment.
My brain is a little foggy, don't you know?
Poor Fiddly. Do we know about this?
I know that there's a whole bunch of different kinds of them, so that's
15.
why I don't know.
15.
Do I know anything?
15, history, maybe.
Yeah, that's
History?
what I figured.
Maybe
History.
one.
I think you may have known of people who have come into possession of Ioun stones. You would more, I think, history or religion?
10, 11.
What would be your...
Could do
your-
Oh,
religion.
religion? Religion?
16.
You would know.
1/6.
Okay, 1/6.
Same, 11.
Okay, 15 and above would know about Ioun, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom, of learning.
Oh.
Ioun stones are quite simply stones that glow dimly. They appear to be not so much like jewels, so it's almost unusual to be in the possession here. However, it's a fucking Ioun stone. So what they do is they impart some of this knowledge of Ioun to the bearer who attunes to it. There are many types of knowledge, and some may not even be knowledge, but holy shit. They do very different things. Some may protect you. Some may make you more alert. See, the one that I was looking at. I don't know how many other.
Holy shit, there's one that's real powerful. It's a legendary item, obviously. Regeneration, if you want to look it up.
And mastery. Mastery is another one. Mastery's
Yeah.
wild.
Leadership would be cool if I wasn't already at 20. It doesn't break your charisma cap.
Ooh. Well, the one that I saw was... It's very rare. Oh, wow. It's incredible. What I have in my collection here? This one is faceted. Oh, that's nice. He brings down a faceted sphere. It does appear to be opaque, but curiously, even though it is opaque, it's like there's sort of a muffled sky blue glow from within. It does not seem to be shedding light, but it's as if there's just like a burning ember of a flame. But it's colored sky blue within this stone, like the sort of thrumming heart of it, just very slowly pulsating. This here, he plucks from one of the top shelves of this display case, through which it passes two bloom bloom, little rippling things in the air, and pulls out on a silk pillow. This is an Ioun stone of supreme intellect. While bound to this stone, you pull upon more knowledge than you may have had before. It, mechanically speaking, it gives a +1 bonus to intelligence check.
Ooh.
Let me do a little price check. Hey. This wonderful piece would come to 4,500 gold pieces.
Hey,
Okay. Say.
Wow.
So if
It's
it's
very-
something, if it is something that
very
is
good
remarkably rare that you are in the market for, we have one here. Be a blessing to any scholar or studious adventurer in pursuit of knowledge. But I'll place that for your consideration. You'll place it back in the...
Yes. It's very tempting. But for a purchase that large, we would have to think on it.
Very well.
can we sell Tobovar?
Gone.
Why would we sell Tobovar? He's worth 20 of those. Probably half.
But no more.
No more.
No more than 20. 21?
Yes.
Alright, it's a done deal.
You know what? No. He's, you know,
But
unless you ask him to grab another one.
but I believe presently that is all of the enchanted items that I have on my person. What was it you were looking for? Do forgive me. I was looking for more items. Takes out another one of those little metal discs with the mouth on it. what was it you called it? A shard of something? A crystal of the Fey?
Hey, Shard.
Feywild shard, I believe.
Feywild shard.
Or a far realm shard, but that one might be even more rare.
A far realm shard. A far realm. It seems to be beyond my ken. I
Yes.
am aware of the
The
Feywild
Feywild
in
would be
passing.
much easier to come by, I'm sure.
I do not know what would even be called the far realm. That's certainly within the purview of the scholars. Look into a Feywild shard or far realm shard. It's back in his pocket. Well then, if you have further business, I will be happy to check you out, ring up your
Have
purchases.
you ever heard of a pearl of power?
A pearl of power. I have many pearls, some of which are presently enchanted. Well, let's see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this
So you heard of
is
a pearl
not
of
an
power?
an enchanted thing, so we can ask for that next.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone, I'm taking up a lot of time.
No, it's good. Find your stuff.
It's fine.
Look, Dane, something shiny over here. Look.
Ooh.
Distracted.
Tell you one thing, if Tobabar were here, I'd have that,
A
You
pearl
have
of
that
power.
hewn stone.
Pearl
Yeah,
of
we'd
power.
have that by now.
Yeah,
But, sir.
you can certainly try. A
No.
pearl of power. Pearl of power. I have heard of these things. I do not have any in my possession now. That may be worth checking in with the scholars at some of the academies, or perhaps shops that deal in more specifically of curiosities of magical or mysterious origin. I think a pearl of power has come in useful for some of my magically inclined associates. You may wish to check with the magical school for that.
Actually, I had one more question that you might be able to point me to a shop.
Certainly.
Again, it's a magical item. A bag that's bigger on the inside. Would you
Bags
happen
of
to know anyone who
holding,
sells
I
it?
believe that is. Oh, yes. Or one of the haversacks.
Yes.
Again, probably best to search for curiosities. Shops that deal. There's one of the larger ones in Waterdeep. The tirelessly turning wheel carries many oddities, things that are not within my purview by a long shot, but are fascinating. I've shopped there once or twice.
I think it's worth at least a look through. Well, what was the diamond we needed? How much?
When it's, you could sell for 300 gold pieces.
Do we want one or two?
Each spell takes 1 diamond.
Do you plan on dying a lot?
How are we gonna be dying?
Because so far in credit here, we have let's see, 1810 plus 70 plus 80 plus 300. So
Did you also take the 3,000 from the Ifrit
oh
jewels?
shit, that's right.
Uh-huh.
Let's not forget the big score.
Our accountant is not a good accountant.
Man, I don't want to leave that shit on the table. Fuck.
I couldn't figure out which one it was on the list. I'm sorry. That's why I
it was
didn't have
various.
it.
It was under various. It's one that's
That's
called
right.
various.
You're doing great.
Yeah. Shut up. My real secret is I don't have a calculator open, and that's why I'm being slow. I am bad at math.
Keep coughing. You get some of this gross menthol. Every cough hurts my tummy. I got tummy surgery.
Menthol cigarette?
No,
So we have
fisherman's
about
friend. It's awful. but they're really, really strong menthol.
They're great.
5,260.
They taste like shit, but and it tastes like menthol,
5,000?
just straight menthol.
We have about 5,260 gold that we're getting back here.
Okay, and then divided by 4, that's like 1,000 each. That's great.
1250.
Yeah, if we each take 1,000 out of that, we would have 1,260 in party funds.
Yeah, party time!
So we could definitely afford at least 1 diamond for the party fund. You know what? Maybe
I mean,
we'll take
you're
one
only-
now, and if we decide later we need another one, we can come back.
Yeah, like
There we
if,
go.
if you die,
Easy.
we get another one.
Minus 300. Okay. So now we have 960 party funds.
And you have a diamond
everyone-
worth 300 gold pieces.
Woohoo!
You want to add that just to... Should we add that to the party, or you want to just add it?
It's
Randy,
960 gold. Okay.
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah,
we
you
have.
got your-
out
you
there.
got your
And everyone
accounting
take
too.
1,000. Everyone add 1,000 gold if you want.
You got your accounting.
Okay.
If you don't want, let me know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Done.
Brandy's got
Perfecto.
her diamond worth 300 gold pieces.
Like, stick it in your forehead.
1,000 gold.
Yeah, add 1,000 gold. We split it up. So then there's... Is there a place in here that we have for party gold? I don't think I did that.
Okay, cool.
It's in the second
Fun.
tab. That's what the second tab was
Oh.
for. That's for party assets. That's what I think I called it public inventory.
Mhm.
You see the tabs at the bottom of the spreadsheet.
Oh, they're at the bottom. Jeez, I don't use this often. Oh.
Yep. That's why I did that. So you can put liquid assets. I made a shadow version of it for myself, so I can see what y'all have, so I don't make the mistake of giving you a second oven chain again. God damn it.
What do you mean?
Hmm?
I am indestructible!
Fucking basically. Really wish I would have held back on that one.
No, I think you did right.
Yeah, I feel good.
It's not like we're super overpowered or anything.
But that's okay. That's okay.
Which is only getting worse by me reaching for the stars with what I want.
Because I'm accounting for this.
Yeah.
It was very difficult to hit Anna.
Alright. Inventory.
Um,
Fun.
yeah. There was, of course, the pearl as well, if you're interested in the pearl.
What does a pearl do?
I think Morgan was looking for one.
I was looking for a pearl of power.
Oh, okay. I thought you were looking for a
Yeah.
pearl for a 100 gold piece pearl for identify. But you can do that as a ritual. Can't do.
Wait, let me...
And you can cast
That's
identify
good.
anyway, because you don't require material components because of your special ability.
I can do this.
You do it once a day, and you don't require material components. You just
I just sneeze and I know exactly what it is.
ask your.
Oh, I don't have identify.
You just look into your heart.
It's pollen. Jane.
Look into your
Look into your heart. You will find the story of our love.
You will see what's
Dane, do you
up
need that?
with this
I don't know.
bag of beans.
Just tell me, can I eat all these beans?
Please, God, don't.
He can't
Anybody want some
help
big fried
it.
beans?
Alright, Anderson is our part next time.
I'll
It
hold
would
you
be
down,
quite a
Dane.
scene.
Don't
I'll hold you down.
I can eat all these beans.
So,
Magic, shimmering, splendid.
where do we go
Does
next?
Dane need the pearl for identify? Because I don't have identify.
No, I'm good, baby.
You can do it.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm blessed, or cursed, whatever.
There's a particular thing with Dane's situation where you can do certain things.
I thought so, but I wasn't sure. I don't need. I don't even have that spell unless I happen to find it. But if I find a scroll of it, or I find someone who's a wizard that has it, I will have it. Oh yes,
I have it.
Where do we go from here?
You're not a wizard. You have it written down in a book.
Can we make a very quick pit stop to whatever delightful place, sell
Certainly.
all the things, and then like scoot out, and then like
Oh, across the
You mean
street.
like
Yeah.
in and out.
In and out. Okay. Yeah. So you go over across the street to Velatha's
I
Delights.
thank him as we leave.
Thank you.
I will be here during business hours. Please come back whenever you wish to spend more coin.
Okay, bye.
He was lovely.
Oh, so lovely.
Velatha's Delights. You enter, and there's. It's. The air is. Almost. I don't want to say.
Does it smell
The-
like scented candles?
The air is rich.
Ooh,
It smells of
chocolate.
subtle, kinda like it smells of subtle spices, like they're a very subtle spice in the air, like little hints of like cinnamon, or like just a spicy sort of like very very undernote sort of thing. Like it's as if the air is perfume, but it's also a little sweet.
Do I detect a bit of rich mahogany in there?
The door frame, the window frames, much of the furniture, yes, does appear to have rich mahogany in its construction. It is a dark, it is a velvety atmosphere. It is. If anyone here has been to a whorehouse, I reckon.
Hi.
Hey, yeah. This is not that. It is not so low class. This is what a whorehouse aspires to be, right? This is the sort of decadent, rich atmosphere that inspires the pale imitation of most whorehouses trying to be classy. This is a voluptuous atmosphere. You enter and you see behind the counter, sitting on partially behind the counter, sitting on a high stool with a long cigarette holder and a stiletto peering out from beneath a side slit dress. Hair bunched up in a swept over to a side part, but a tight bunch of curls bouncing at the end. A deep brown color hair. A woman in her maybe 40s, maybe slightly heavy set, just curvaceous. Yes, darling. You have come to Velatha's Delights. Please have a seat. Enjoy the atmosphere. If you have any purchases you wish to make of fine decor, come see.
We have things to sell.
You might
Oh,
have things
then.
you'd be interested in.
Oh, wonderful.
Mhm.
Come,
Mhm.
come to me. Step to the counter, please.
I will come to you. Hello,
Fantastic.
Dane Solus, at your pleasure.
She curtsies a little.
I
Pleasure
curtsy
to
back.
meet you. Wonderful. It is lovely to meet you. What
I
do you
bow.
have? And for the sake of keeping it relatively simple, as much fun as it is to vamp with a voice like that, tapestries, statues, candelabras, that shit, the decor. She will
Get it out.
she will take a look at your stuff. Let's see. Take a look.
Yeah, look at my stuff.
Look at that stuff. The painting, the statue, the candle holder. This bag of holding
I've
is
cleaned
doing some
them
heavy
all.
lifting with the painting.
Yeah.
It's like is it like at the limit of the mouth of the bag? Just,
Does it seem like we have a lot of stuff in that bag?
Dane hasn't caught on
We've
yet.
taken some liberties, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. Dane still doesn't click with his magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a bag, Dane.
It's a bag. See,
Tobovar is
checks
so
out.
strong, isn't he? Those arms.
she's the painting. Oh, she has a little
It's
chuckle.
the half health in him. Yeah.
She sees so she sees the painting of the noble. She says, "Oh," has a little chuckle at it. Oh, this certainly does seem to be in the style of a Drasan. Ah, if it is not a genuine article, it might actually be older. Ooh, interesting. Which is quite nice. She looks at the statue. Oh, fine marble. This would make a. Oh, I could have a place for this in the shop. I might not want to let this one go. It is quite fetching. No.
Very nice.
And I was like, how much of the do I want to give to Anna, right? Like, how much of that do I want to give her? But it's not quite her. She's not quite the. She's a bitch, but in different ways. She's a fucking bitch, and she is so much fun to play already. I'm having so much fun with Anna.
She knows Shibari.
Wait,
Ooh.
Anna or Belatha?
Yes.
I'm even rolling for it. Of course she does. I guess maybe the role is how obvious is it? The candle
Well,
holder.
she's wearing rope right now.
Maybe. Make a perception check.
Oh, I got some idea. That's an 8.
If she is, you would have no idea.
In my mind.
A candle holder here. Oh, this is more understated than most. Sometimes people bring in the most ornate things, thinking it's going to be classier or fetch a higher price, make them look more moneyed, when really it's just tacky.
Gaudy.
Gaudy indeed. Yes. Correct.
No. Our
I
things
never
are very
understood.
difficult.
It's impractical. I mean, sure, sometimes when you want to really punch somebody, there's all these rings on your fingers. Like,
Well, that sounds like a help.
I mean, it just ripped their flesh in, you know? It just doesn't, I don't think it would work.
My goodness.
Daddy's doing intimidation. It's amazing.
A woman of action. Indeed. If you want to if you're trying to intimidate.
Actually, no, I
can make
think
a check,
she's just
but-
talking and
Yeah,
doesn't
she's like-
realize
just-
it's
yeah, this-
inappropriate.
She's like, yeah, she's talking completely inappropriately. So I'm like, I'm thinking like, how's Velatha? She's like, my goodness. Well, you certainly know your practicality. A pragmatic view, certainly. There's something to be said about being ornate, but ornate with restraint. And there's almost a hint of like lingering on the word restraint. There's something to be said
It does
about
help to hold oneself back sometimes.
Where's my thing? Oh, it's my thing.
Not me. I go and blast it.
Yeah,
Blast!
yeah. She looks at Shani and she's like, indeed. We are open.
I always liken things to Firefly characters. She's the Zoe.
Yeah. She looks to Shidani. We are open all night, by the way. Anyway. she starts looking through the rest of the stuff. For the candelabra and dishes. The ivory lyre. She takes special interest in that. She looks at the ivory lyre and the curves on this one, very nice. And like runs her fingers along the sort of bell shape of the lower end of the lyre and plucks a few. Still in tune. Lovely.
Not as lovely as your smile.
Don't I know it?
Oh, your ass. What?
What? That I.
can get away with some shit. I'm charismatic.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
You say
I
that.
can get away with it. I can get away with it. I don't care
You can
if
get away.
it's real or not.
You can make rolls.
Well, yeah.
You can make rolls.
Listen. I'm
You
just
still
saying.
say what you say,
I don't see passive charisma.
right?
Channel.
So yeah, you can score high on your rolls, but you still say what you said. So what did you say?
Nothing.
Okay, just curious.
I said, and your ass.
Okay.
She seems like the type that would flow with shit like that.
She raises rigid eyebrow. Vulture fan.
Give her a wink.
And sizes you up. She gives you the up and down like.
Well, it's been wow.
Let's see, are you presenting? No, I don't think you're presenting the books.
We're presenting ourselves.
My. Well, for such aficionados of fine luxuries and fine visions of beauty, indeed, I can offer you 800 gold for the lot.
How about
That was for
1,000.
the candle holder, statue painting, and what else?
Painting, statue, candle holder, and silver candelabra.
Ah,
Oh, and
That's easy.
sorry, and one other thing. Oh no, two other things. Shit, I forgot the tapestry.
oh yeah. So
But there was something else. What else was it? The ivory lyre. Yeah, the ivory lyre, the silver candelabra, the so the tapestry. No, it's not listed as a whole lot, but she'll look at it. Okay, yeah. She'll say 850. 850 gold.
you drive a hard bargain, milady?
where is it?
Could we not tempt you with anything else?
Such as
Dane puts his leg on the counter.
yeah. What
I'm
might
just
you?
like waiting to see what
Above table.
shenanigans are
Above table.
happening next.
Yeah, what's
Above
my?
table, there's an error in the spreadsheet. The tapestry is not 40 gold. It's 400.
Okay.
We wouldn't have tracked it this far.
Then she will call it a cool 1,000. She will say 1,000. This will be over 1,000 gold then.
Well, then that sounds like a better deal.
And
That
She wa-
sounds perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I mean, we're being short at 50 gold, but whatever.
Well,
Price of doing business. Also, I want to browse around here, see if there's anything like really cool.
Like a statue?
Yeah, what do you have in stock?
Okay. Oh, I should have taken 10 minutes before we did this.
Simply look around. You're in the store. Do what you want to do. You look around and you see that there's furniture. There are armoires made of deep dark wood, finely carved. She'll asking about any piece in particular. She'll let you know what the cost would be. Almost anything is for sale here.
Could you excuse me for a second? I want to run outside to the like side of the place for 10 minutes.
Take your time.
Oh,
And I'm gonna
I know what
ritually
just came to
cast.
you.
I'm gonna ritually
I know
cast
what you
detect
mean.
magic
So you'll be out there.
while they browse around.
You'll be out there
Yeah.
doing your fucking little, you know.
Is that how you do it?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's similar.
Doing your detect
I was
magic ritual.
mostly just making sure there wasn't anything other than furniture there, because
So there's furniture.
I don't really want to
There
trek
are
an armoire around.
yeah. There so there
What
there
if the
are
armoire walks?
so there are lush cushioning on armchairs and like the kind of armchair with the ovoid back, no armrest, so it's kind of less of an armchair, but like a velvet cushion with the legs that have this nice rounded shape that they come out to the curve, like it bows outward, comes around, and then has the loop at the end. We all know that shape. We've all seen that shape.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, lots of it is furniture. There is a standing harp in the corner that perhaps you didn't notice until now, but it has been playing. There has been a soft harp music playing, and you look to see no one there.
I think there's an invisible player.
Can I do an
Or
arcana
magic?
check?
There
Magic.
Like
is-
you go to a
I
pizza
kinda
shop
give
and you
him
have
an
the
odd look.
organ.
Is there any sort of travel-sized easel?
Ah, pragmatic, but interested in the arts. Ah, that is to be appreciated. Well, I may have something to accommodate you.
Mm-hmm.
Travel-sized. Well, let's see. I have a few objects of interest relating to the arts. And she'll point off to one of the little alcoves in the store. You see. Where there are several pieces of objet art, where there are other statues, figures. There's something I have in mind, actually. Shit, what was it? Oh, but there is a standing easel that is. That appears to be adjustable at the legs. There are, it's telescoping. It is an unusual piece of construction. You don't see a lot of these things around in this medieval fantasy setting, but there are telescoping legs on this easel, on which there's currently mounted a painting of Waterdeep. It seems to be from the north point of view. It's kind of wide. It's maybe a little bit too wide for the. Well, no, it wouldn't be, because the part of the easel that holds the painting up also has telescoping parts. Looking at it, you reckon that if you were to collapse the telescoping legs of the adjustable easel, it could probably be about. About. You know what? 1 second. Maybe something like this.
Yeah, just something. Yeah.
But probably a little bit taller than. Well, okay, not taller, but it would have more leg to it. Like this part would be up higher, so that way you can, telescope out the legs. So something like that. So about the size of your torso. Maybe a little bit larger than Shadani's torso. Yes, I think this might suit you well. This would come to. This would come to 15 gold.
Oh. Absolutely.
Wonderful. Always happy to encourage one to pursue the beauteous arts.
I like reach into my bag and I pull out my little sketchbook and I hold up and there's like this sketch of the Jean and the Mandusa that
Yeah.
I had started sketching next to him. I
Oh,
was like, yeah, this is just kind of working on this right now, but you know.
oh dear.
just-
Ooh, how hideous yet remarkable. It's beautifully grotesque. That's
Me?
that snake person there.
Yes, you.
Interesting. The musculature on this strong, fiery individual. Oh, you have some real talent here.
Well, thank you.
Is he wearing the robes of summer?
He would have been.
Yeah, if you drew what he was wearing at the time, then yeah.
That's me being vain. Sorry.
If you have some completed works, do feel free to bring them by here. I am a collector of arts and artifacts of beauty. The world can always do with more beauty in it. I will see about making purchases from you.
Absolutely. If I get anything, I'll let you know.
Fantastic. Yeah, go ahead and mark it for 15 gold, and you've got, let's say you've got an adjustable easel you can add to your inventory. And looking around, you see there's a cushion, a row of cushions behind one of the other alcoves that actually has a beaded curtain, cushions surrounding a hookah. At the counter, there are perishables. There are foodstuffs. You see chocolates, and you see trays of like hors d'oeuvres and such. Undoubtedly, just for consuming here, but you could probably purchase packages of chocolates to go. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Some wines,
Ooh, wow.
liqueurs.
They're
see
noticing the
I
wines
see that
when I
unmute.
walk back
Yeah,
in.
I see that unmute happening there. I was like, there it goes.
To have a fun time.
Why? Is there? Because I won't not look. Does she have Fey wine? Is that what she has?
I believe that Fey wine's going to be very rare.
If you ask about Fey wine.
Just have to
A
check.
Fey wine? Oh, I have not encountered such a thing myself, but I may know
I
someone.
have.
Well, fascinating. I may know someone who is more of a specific expert in vintages and esoteric beverages and delicacies of... Is this one? Yes. You may wish to speak to Bethel in the North Ward. They have some extremely esoteric cordials and vintages. They run... Speak to Bethel's at Bethel's Bottles Exotic Wines and Cordials. They carry quite a stock ranging from the good to the best.
Okay.
I do my personal shopping there. You may also take a look at Beardill's fine wines, but they are, how do I put this nicely, more affordable.
That's where the cheap shit is, y'all.
I wouldn't go so far as to say cheap, but they are no Bethel.
Well, cheap to us.
A lovely vista is there, though. Their shop is at a nice little quaint spot by the stream of, by the the Undermountain. No, hold on. Sorry. My bad. The other mountain is elsewhere. No, they're in the northward. Disregard. They have a quaint location by the city of the dead. The lovely stream that runs through their shop. It is quaint, but if you're looking for something exceedingly rare, Bethel will probably be the way to go.
Okay. Thank you for the recommendation.
Anytime. And you see, as you walk away, you see her gaze lingers on you for a long time. Just
Me? I'm looking back at my block in Shadani Zyline. What's going on?
she has seen your chassis
Amazing.
and is assessing. It would appear. Morgan,
Isn't
You come back
everyone
in.
here but Dane?
Morgan, you come back in
Yes, I come back
and
in.
you observe the shop. Make a perception check.
Oh boy, I'm so good at perception. Oh, Alright, well,
I don't
fuck
think
me,
you're
that's
suffering
a
any
5.
penalties.
Whoops.
I don't think you're suffering any penalties.
You know,
What you
except for my own, perception penalty. No, I don't even have the +1. It's a 4.
got? 4. You do immediately see that there is a
I'm
a
much
harp.
better at it, huh?
There is a harp in the corner that next to which there is a glow, like a humanoid glow that I guess it would be conjuration colored. I don't know if we
Ghost.
decided what color that is.
Is it? I
See.
poke Dane by the end. I'm like, Dane, there's an invisible person playing that harp.
It's a ghost.
Good.
This place is haunted.
Let's see.
It's a ghost.
It's probably just a helper.
Seeing
Is
the
it?
the hookah that is surrounded by some cushions, you see that there is a faint on the nib. There is a faint hint of transmutation magic on it. But glancing around, you don't see much else that appears to be out that is giving off any magical aura. Nothing that is visible from where you are.
I'm intrigued. Could you tell me about your hookah over there?
Oh yes. Well, you would
Special.
you simply pack it with its relevant substance to be smoked, typically tobacco. If you're a tobacco enthusiast, you may look to see Downybeard at his shop in the North Ward. Downybeard tobacconist. But there are also you may also imbibe and breathe in the essences of more exotic plants or herbs. Again, my associates, Dilantha at Dilantha's Herbs and Exotic Plants, may service your needs for that if you are indeed a water pipe or hookah enthusiast. This one in particular has a lovely little enchantment on it, so that, one, its mouthpiece always stays sanitary. As much as it is lovely to bond over a good inhalation of aromatic fragrances, it is not always the most hygienic, and so passing from lip to lip, indirectly, you will not pass any unwanted contact. The wanted contact comes later at your own discretion, but this is so you do not accidentally and indirectly come into contact with anything you do not wish. It also has a light enhancement to the flavor. You reckon that the color on the transmutative color on the nib is not that dissimilar to your prestidigitation. It essentially has a prestidigitation enchantment on it that cleans it, it makes it more hygienic, and also sort of enhances the flavor of whatever passes through it. Subtly. Nothing too overwhelming, but it is subtle. If you're looking to purchase it, that would be 100 gold.
We get a permanent place to sit down. I'm going to get that thing.
It's about the size of the easel when fully collapsed. It's fairly tall. But you know,
That's home
accommodates-
decor.
Accommodates the sort of like the long tube. You pass to friends around the circle. That would be 100 gold for that. Yeah. There may be more magic items here. You have not perceived them.
I go to every store and be like, "Hey, you got any magic stuff?" Seems weird.
So yes, so what was it 1,000? So you're settling with the 1,000 gold. In doing the accounting, that is not what it's worth on the chart, but she's offering you
I was
1,000
gonna.
gold.
Oh, hold on. Did Shidani already pay?
I'll say yeah.
Damn.
It took you
Just
10
gotta try to
minutes,
help her
so
out.
probably.
Yeah. I look at the stuff. Look at her. I do a little prestidigitation on any of it that might have a smudge, and I say, "Are you sure that's the best you can do?" And then I put this die into the garbage.
Yeah, so make a
Because-
persuasion check.
With persuasion, 12. I rolled a 4.
Yikes.
Ugh.
Holy shit.
That's 2 4s on that die. It's dead to me.
Did you already use your inspiration?
Yes.
Did Tide to Chaos?
I want to save that for something sweet. But I'll do it. I'll do it now.
Okay.
I'm
No,
gonna use
hey,
it now.
I'm not, suggesting anything. I'm just curious if you have it.
All right, so dirty 20.
Okay, 20. You see her sort of suck her teeth a little. Well, I'm
My
sure.
eyes are slightly glowing, so I give the wink.
She says, "Well, my fine ass and I can, I'm sure, go up to perhaps 1,200. Not that you've done me the service of cleaning them for me."
Sounds much better to me. Thank you.
A pleasure. She seems to have taken some umbrage to the crudeness of the comment. Anyone with
Take
any
umbrage and
appreciable passive insight can notice that.
I'm oblivious to it.
Perhaps, yeah.
I've become
Right.
crude in my travels.
So, for the sake of not
I
lingering
accept
too
that.
long, so you take the 1,200. Good to know. Great.
Yeah.
You add your 1,200 gold. Mark off your goods, your solid assets. As they are now her solid assets. So
Everyone has 300 from that.
for the sake of not lingering too long in Velasquez's Delights, as much as I'd love to, personally. Yeah, I want to go to Velasquez's Delights. I want to hang out with Velasquez. I want her to tell me stories. While I rest my head on her thighs. I want all that. So, would you guys like to go somewhere else? Do you have other places in mind?
Love Tassel.
And indeed, would this make a good place to go ahead and take a quick break while you sort of
I was gonna
assess
ask.
your plans?
Yeah.
All right.
Please, thank you.
The intense
I want to read that.
shopping episode
It's shopping episode.
continues. Yeah, it is thick with RP, and it's lovely, and I'm very here for it. So, we will come back after a short break. Go ahead and grab yourself a drink, grab a little refreshment, have yourself a fap, take a nap, whatever you gotta do. Come back in just a few moments, and we will return with more Water Davian exploration. See you soon.
with some fruit delight, joy with every bite. Mangoes and cherries, grapes and strawberries, yummy so very. So relax, unwind, overthink and mind, with a bowl of fun with light. Everything's just fine out in the warm sunshine. Happy breakfast, so enjoy the view, fish breezy ocean blue, at our table set for two, with our stomachs satisfied, no way we can lose. Happy breakfast to you.
I just want to beat up.
Yeah, that's for Travis. Yo! Welcome back, everyone. We're back. Oh, hey. My map went away. There it is.
Hey, everyone.
We have returned. Yes, so you have, I believe you may have plans as to next steps. It's getting to be into the afternoon. Early afternoon of, Wait, hold on. No. It's the same day. Disregard. It's going to be the late afternoon. Early evening, rather. So I think Shidani was out at like 7 looking for one of the guards. So it's getting to be, early, mid-evening.
Well, I do have that
Still bright outside.
drink back at the place.
That's true, yes. It is, who was it? Grant? Was it the same? Second one, I forgot. There was Rice.
And Grant, yeah.
It was Grant?
Or
Okay.
Graves. Yeah.
Oh, Graves. Him. yes. He was taking you up taking you up for the drink. Oh wait, who was it? One of them was taking you up on the drink at the Twilight Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh right, Rice.
It was actually Rice.
Rice, because he was working when you got there, and he was going to get off later.
Mhm. Yes.
The other dude was going to go on shift. Managing schedules with your friends. We need D&D to replicate that. Yes, absolutely. That's what we need. I mean, that's what D&D is.
I
All right,
need a-
when's
I
everyone
need a
getting off
PA
work?
if I'm gonna do that.
Sorry, say again?
I need a PA if I'm gonna manage time.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, everyone, we have our VTuber of... We have the actual Femme Morgden with us
I know
here.
what you're talking about. This is what I always look like.
I don't see anything different.
Yep.
I see nothing.
Nothing at all.
In fairness, Dane.
Who did turn on my monitor? Okay.
So,
Very cute.
what else do you wish to do with the remainder of the evening?
Oh,
There are more
Could
shops
I go
to
back?
visit. There are plans at midnight.
can I go
I
buy my
didn't
no
make a
crit
plan.
split mail?
Go grab your thing.
I want my no crit plate mail or split mail.
I'm
Okay.
gonna go to that other shop.
Which one?
The magical curiosity, the tirelessly turning wheel.
Lovely. Okay.
Didn't think I remembered, did you?
Just closer.
Not sure. I think Riven Shields would be on the way, because you had. Is it? No, the other way around. The tirelessly turning wheel is in the North Ward. But I'll say you can go to the, since you know exactly what you're getting. We're gonna go ahead and do that. You go back to Riven Shields. You talk to the dude and say, "I want that," and he will sell it to you.
900, right?
Well, that was a price before.
Yeah. that's
What?
been
Hard.
before.
Can you imagine? It's double.
No, it's not double. It's just no crit.
No.
Let me actually look at
We have a
my
bunch of stuff.
shadow
I don't
list
have it
here.
written down.
Oh, I didn't write it down.
Did everyone write down what we were looking at?
Stop scaring Brandon Edge, Dane.
I did start to write down what I was looking at, what you guys were looking at. I got distracted by new things. Yeah, 900.
900 sold.
Okay,
Ooh.
great. Adamantine splint armor is now yours.
Ooh.
Ooh, now you're gonna be slow.
Once you take the time
Impenetrable.
to don it properly, I think your feature is what you take an hour and then you make it part of yourself basically.
Yes, it's an hour to don and then take it, put it back on.
Yeah. So once you have the time to do that, you can probably come back in and trade in your chainmail if you wanted.
Okay, and then sell that. Okay.
Great. You enter the tirelessly turning wheel. You see that it has this sort of wagon wheel that's perpetually turning, as very on the nose, but it's very cute.
We have spares if they want them.
Mostly intact. You enter, and it is spacious. It is spacious on the inside. The shop itself, from the outside, it has sort of a low silhouette, a low profile. Appears to be one floor up off the ground. So you enter, but it is broad. So you go in, you see shelves along the walls. You see like freestanding counters, just all loaded with tchotchkes. It does not appear to be organized by any system that you can discern, but it is not messy. It appears to be fairly well kept.
Look around.
You start
I
browsing.
mean, I have a specific thing I'm looking for.
As you walk in, you do not seem to be greeted by anyone. When you begin to browse, you see all manner of like knickknacks, like stuffed owls and like some various bits of taxidermy in places. Not all together either, just kind of scattered about. You see, boxes of buttons, thumbtacks, and like all sorts of odds and ends. Little ceramic figurines of weird cherubic children, like reading books to each other. You're sure someone collects these.
What a weird place.
My mom actually used to collect those. There are scattered bits of literature, just all kinds of knickknacks, yo-yos, right? Like little toys and trinkets and curious things. And again, with no real system of organizations, even thematically, you see like a child's yo-yo next to a fanged skull, next to what appears to be a laminated piece of like a drumstick, like a turkey leg drumstick, but it is hardened. It is like petrified.
That seemed like a good idea to eat.
Let's see. Morgden, right behind you, just immediately behind your shoulder, over your shoulder, behind your ear, you hear, "May I help you?"
Yes, actually. Hello, I did not see you there.
No one ever does. Is there
Yes,
anything in particular
indeed.
you are looking for?
Oh, I had a few things, but I was inquiring about a bag of holding or a handy haversack. I was looking around town to see if they might be available, and I was pointed here.
Indeed. A bag of holding, you say, or a handy haversack. One of each. Both. Simply one. Preference.
I would prefer the bag.
Wonderful. I will be with you again shortly. And,
Yeah.
he will turn on his heel. He's dressed sharply. Not dissimilarly to the head butler that you met at House Than. Suit with tails. He has a cummerbund. And is very square features, very like strong, sharp jawline and cheekbones, with just that strong chin is continuously pointed forward. Hair is slicked back hard. There is sort of a almost like mine, there's kind of an upward fade that comes to what would be sort of like a bit more lengthy here, so it would kind of point outward in kind of like a falcon, like a falcon look, but like it's moved back a little smoothly, like this. And he sort of has his wrist out like this at all times as he's speaking. And he just turns on his heel and marches away.
Shit. Also, if you happen to have a
stops.
pearl of power,
A pearl of power.
Yes.
I will search for you.
thank you. Is anyone else in here?
Your friends. You see immediately.
Hi.
I say, maybe make a perception check.
Perception.
Right. Branded Edge is intently looking at the clockwork.
Yeah. That's a Clockwork Curios.
Perception is a 9.
9. You see your friends. Well,
Yeah,
most of them.
bump that
Hi.
up somehow. Do you have a handy magical item that just gives me more perception? God damn it. I didn't even think about that when I was looking at items.
If only there was some sort of iron stone that did that. It's intelligence. That one was
no, that's
intelligence, though.
intelligence,
That
isn't
one
it?
was intelligence. There, I mean,
What?
they exist.
Finally, my greatest flaw will be
You only have one flaw? Weird.
weird. I said greatest.
Oh.
We've all got plenty of flaws, but just one big one.
One of your flaws is that you can turn into a plant sometimes.
I don't see that as a flaw.
Sexy.
I mean, it's not like I have a giant jewel embedded in my chest.
Excuse you, what?
I didn't say anything.
To be
Shots
fair,
fired. Shots fired.
Edge has a bunch of jewels in her body too. Nobody says anything about her.
Well, hers are cute.
Aw.
You go back to browsing as you wait for the this individual to return.
Yeah, I'll look for any random cool things too, just for funsies. Oh, what was the thing I wanted? Oh well, it'll come to me. Oh, there's like a magic water skin that is like fun, but real low on the priority list.
You something catches your eye. Two things. One thing that catches your eye is an eye. There appears to
That's
be
mine.
There appears to be an eyeball setting on the on one of the shelves. That it has a. The sclera is white, but upon like close inspection, it does appear to be slightly translucent. Like it is sort of a cloudy, milky sclera, but like within a glass sphere. So if you're looking at it like at a certain like at a certain tangent, like you would see through just the edge of it.
Oh.
The iris is the iris is
The Irish?
it is magenta.
What does that do?
At present, it appears to be an eyeball. Next to the eyeball is a ferocious-looking steel, metal of some description, helmet. That is kind of it has sort of the air, the sort of aesthetic of like a hood pulled up, where it has this sort of falling, straight falling, sort of visual element to it. But along the sides are ridges of sharp points that culminate in two long horns that come in at the back, towards the back of the brain pan.
Be asking about that. I'm a sucker for a hood.
And as you sort of say that out loud, you hear from behind you, that would be just immediately behind you, just no footsteps, just that would be the dread helmet. As you don this helmet, your face is completely obscured in shadow, and your eyes will glow red.
Oh, that's dope.
Actually, it's less of it's horns, and it's kind of more like bat wings. It has ridges, and then it comes to bat wings
Oh, hey.
right in the back. They still have a very tall sort of
Ooh.
profile to them. It is
Maybe
fearsome
it's
looking. It is very scary, and it seems to be made of steel. In fact,
Much.
I have a picture. Let's copy image. I'll show you. It looks like this.
Uh-oh. Oh, I love that.
Where?
That helmet would cost you. Bring this back up. 90 gold pieces.
Let's keep a note on that one, Dane.
But what does it do? It just makes your eyes red?
Obscures your face in shadow and makes your eyes glow red.
It makes you look badass.
How do you look badass?
I believe I
I'll
noticed
give
you
my identity.
inspecting that
What about the eyes?
eye. Yeah, yes. That eye, it is the ersatz eye. Let's get a good description of it. It is an artificial eye, as you can plainly see. It would replace a real eye that was lost or removed.
We don't have any interest.
You
I'm kidding,
can...
what?
Anyone who has been missing said eye will be able to see through this one. If it is placed into your eye socket, it cannot be removed by anyone but yourself.
How much is that?
What would be the use of that?
This ersatz eye costs 300 gold pieces.
That's a good trade, Dane.
For what?
Yeah, Dane,
Oh.
Dane, your distraction is because you have found a doll.
Ooh!
You have picked up a doll
Don't give Dane a haunted doll.
with a porcelain face. It appears to be a, well, it's hard to tell. If it's supposed to be, a young baby girl child or a young baby boy child, it's a doll with hair that has kind of come out to a bit of a poof, but not in a curly fashion. It's like it's sort of just like almost shocked hair extending outward in uneven patches. It has a grimacing expression. It has an expression very much like the grimacing emote. It's just like
Looks cute.
it is it is dressed in kind of tattered looking yellow and orange shirt that kind of comes to frayed sleeves, through which you see little like like half grasping mitts that look like maybe you could put something in his hand if you had like something specifically made for it. And little green shorts. And no sooner does this individual stop talking to Morgden Then you hear over your shoulder in the next aisle. That is a talking doll.
Oh Lord.
If
Ooh.
you if you spend some time with it, I describe this as a much better thing than the art. I'm not even gonna show you the art. It's horrible. I mean, the art looks like something that shouldn't be sold. It looks like it's something that's fucking trash because it's broken. But are you gonna look
Who
it
would
up?
buy a scary doll?
If you spend some time with this doll, you may instruct it to speak up to 6 phrases, each of up to 6 words long, and the conditions under which it utters these phrases. This must be a condition that is satisfied close to the doll. And it will be erased if you stop becoming attuned to it. The phrases will be, that is. The doll will remain.
Feels pretty haunted to me.
The talking doll is worth 80 gold.
In fairness, I think the only one of us that would be interested in that, maybe Tobavark, but
Maybe?
he'd be the. Oh,
Who knows?
so we gotta make sure we mention some of these to him.
Mm-hmm.
But
Could I get this eyeball?
you certainly may. That would cost 300 gold.
Did I hear you say you could like see through it even if it wasn't in your socket?
No,
Oh,
you did not hear that.
damn.
Wait, so I put it in my eyeball socket that may or may not be missing, and then what? I can see through it?
This is correct.
It's an eye replacement. Like, let's say, hypothetically, your eye turned into a star sapphire, and you plucked it out.
It does require attunement.
Uh-huh.
You attune to this
Gotcha.
eye, you place it into your socket, at which point it cannot be removed by anyone else, and
But
you
me-
may see through it as if it were normal. I see that you have
You know
an eye
what?
patch. This may be of interest.
I'll turn to Shadani and to Branded Edge, and I'll say, alright. Big question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like me with the eye patch or without the eye patch?
You could still have a working eye under an eye patch. I'm thinking you buy the eye and sell the sapphire for profit. You can keep your eye patch if you like it. You know, just having a working eye might benefit you more
Yeah,
than a not working eye.
you could get rid of that potential problem.
Yeah, and you could sell your star sapphire for a profit easily.
Oh.
As
Okay,
they're
okay.
talking, a mage chance creeps up slowly in what should be his blind spot. Yeah.
Dane, turn towards the
What?
Oh, see
What?
the benefit of having a working eye.
Fine,
And it is
okay.
pierced.
May I please, mister, have this, eye? And, hey, throw in that weird-looking helmet at the same time. How about
The
that?
Ersatz eye and the Dread helmet together will be 390 gold pieces.
Sure. You know what? We sold some stuff, so I'll do that.
Great. So yeah, you can in your inventory on D&D Beyond, these are on the sheet. They're in D&D Beyond, so you can add Ersatz I, ERSATZ, which is really on the nose because Ersatz just means artificial.
Oh. And then Death Helmet?
Dread
Oh.
Helmet. I'm a big fan of just
That's a really
items that
cool
do
one.
cool shit.
Just, that doesn't even need a tune.
Non-combat stuff. Non-combat stuff is fucking lovely. Yeah, it doesn't have
Great.
to.
I meant to look up the hat of the Let You Disguise Yourself.
Hat of Disguise.
Yeah,
I did.
I meant to look that up for Brandy. Could it make Brandy look less?
We don't know. Because you're not looking at one.
Less what? Less fantastic?
So,
It's,
this individual. I have procured a bag of holding for you and a pearl of power as well.
and how much would those be?
The bag of holding is 4,800 gold pieces. The pearl of power.
Nice.
Dude, the VTuber face, it's so good. The pearl of power is 7,200 gold pieces.
Okay.
Sad Morgan. Oh. Morgan's so sad. It's so cute.
Let me do some accounting.
Very well. If there's anything else that you seek or that catches your interest, I will answer any questions you have.
Could I interest you in 8 Shocktooth swords? And 4 mostly intact. Where are they? Fuck. Wagon wheels?
Is there anything unusual about these wagon wheels?
They're not. Yes. They're not in good shape.
That is surprisingly more common than you might think. Even the wheels on wagons are often not in very good condition.
Still go round and round.
However, I appreciate the effort of... I appreciate the attention to the theme of our shop in your attempt to make a trade.
This is. I think it's only 390, so.
Perhaps I may interest you... he looks to you, Dane. Perhaps something else may be of interest to you or any of your traveling companions.
Hmm.
And he produces a set of 2d6. This is known as the Charlatan's Dice. When you roll these dice, you may control the outcome.
Interesting.
They cost 120 gold.
All right, sure. I'll take them, but since I took 2 other items, I would like a nice swift discount, my good friend.
Swift discount, excellent. Yeah, make a fashion check.
No. I'll yeah.
As I may, as I may have expected, I appreciate the gamble in attempting to haggle. However, I believe you will find 120 gold to be a rather fair price for this item.
And it's just like it's one six-sided dice. Two.
I think the item listing might say it's 1. Does it say? Yeah, it says 1. But I like the idea of it being 2d6.
Perfect. You know what? Fine. I'll take it. Whatever. I haven't spent anything all in like 20 sessions. So
what I'll do is
Fine.
I'll say add charlatan's die to your inventory and just make it 2 of them.
okay. How do I do this?
There should be just a quantity ticker underneath.
No. I just no. I'm just manage inventory.
Yes. Branded Edge.
Yes.
You happen across 2 things.
Uh-oh. The barrel of never-ending beer.
Yes.
I'll take 3.
Gimme. I'll need them.
I do not want to have to carry you guys around.
Dane, as you say that, you see a tankard on the shelf. We'll come back to that. Branded Edge, you see a hooded lantern. That on the hood of the lantern, it almost looks like a tankard itself, but it's made of metal and has the handle on top with rivets around the side, and on the hood appears to be a kind of a 3/4 lidded, 3/4 revealed, like the lid's at the upper quarter. Eye. You also see. You also see a sphere that appears to be made of several bands of iron. Just all concentric, all just a nightmare knot, like a ball of yarn, but made of iron. I see you have noticed some of our appropriately more metallic items for your
And
person.
I'm trying to pull the bands apart as he's talking. Yeah, what's this one do?
It's oh.
Oh shit!
How hard are you trying?
I'm just trying to pick at it. Just trying
just-
to pick at it.
Okay. All right. That's in your hands that you're trying to disassemble. I believe you will have a hard time doing so. Those are the iron bands of Bilaro. If you speak the command word and throw the object at a creature that is below a certain size, the sphere will disassemble itself and collapse upon to that creature,
Oh fuck.
binding it in irons until such a time as you speak the command word once more and release it.
Interesting.
That
That
object, upon restraining the creature, if it is able to escape from it through brute strength, which is very unlikely, it may destroy the bands. But otherwise, it is quite sturdy. And if it fails to escape, will not be able to do so for a full day. It may be used as often. It may be used once a day in perpetuity.
Eek. What's that?
That will cost 4,800 gold pieces.
Ooh. I'm gonna gently put it down. in case I
Yes, the
accidentally
iron
break that
bands.
shit.
The iron band to Bolaro. It's a rusty iron sphere measuring. Actually, it's not that big. It's actually only 3 inches in diameter. It's not even that. It's like a baseball. And weighs 1 pound.
Yeah, 3 inches.
3 inches. An inch is like.
Who's measuring anyway?
It's
Like,
like- that. It's like. As much as that's what we're packing, right? Packing about that much?
yeah, totally, yeah.
Yeah, 3 inches and weighs 1 pound. You use an action to speak the command word and throw the spear at a huge or smaller creature. So huge is pretty good.
Huge is pretty good.
Huge, yeah. You throw it at a
That's a huge one.
huge or smaller, and as the spear moves through the air, it opens to become a tangle of metal bands. You make a range attack roll with your attack bonus, equal to your dexterity modifier plus your proficiency. So you do add your proficiency. On a hit, the target is restrained until you take a bonus action to speak the command word to release it. Doing
Okay.
so or missing the attack causes the bands. If you release it or if you miss the attack, it causes the bands to become a sphere once more. At which case it can't be used until the next day. A creature. So any creature. So this is why it's good that you weren't trying in earnest to
No.
open. A creature, including the one restrained, can use an action to make a DC 20 strength check. So it's a high DC because these are iron bands.
Okay.
It's a high
Yeah.
DC check to break the iron bands. On a success, the item is destroyed, and the restrained creature is free. If the check fails, any further attempts made by that creature automatically fail until 24 hours have elapsed.
He gets one chance.
So it's
Okay.
it's one shot to make a very high DC strength check.
Okay.
So just to put it out there as to why it's worth what it's worth.
Let's swing back on this when we got more GP.
Yeah. That lantern there. Wow, that's actually. Are you serious? No, that makes sense. Speaking of worth, that lantern is the lantern of revealing. When you burn oil in this lantern, it will last for 6 hours per pint. It will shed bright light within 30 feet and dim for an additional 30 feet, as any well-made lantern should. But in this radius, invisible creatures and objects are visible as long as they were within the lantern's bright light. Lowering the hood reduces the light to dim light in a 5-foot radius very close to you. I'm gonna double check this real quick. Yeah, no. The Lantern of Revealing is 6,000 gold pieces. Shidani.
Do you have anything that's like more affordable in like the 500 gold range?
Yeah.
Oh. I have an adamantine wizard's hat. It is a wizard's hat and cannot be destroyed. That is 250.
We're not wizards.
I do have quite a rarity here that may be also within your price range. It is rare because of the difficulty of acquisition. However, it is not in the price range of the thousands as these extremely useful and powerful magical items are. This, he just produces in a just like a flick of his wrist. He produces a simple looking silver ring that appears on the inside to have a little spike. This is a band of loyalty. What you would do with this would be up to you, as is the case with every purchase made, but I stress that in this case, because if you fall through injury in combat or otherwise while attuned to this ring, you die. I see your confusion. This item is typically worn by spies and agents of underhanded cunning who do not wish to fall into the interrogative hands of the enemy.
I understand.
Uh-huh.
It's a an aid.
It is a curiosity indeed. It is 200 gold pieces, simply for the difficulty in acquiring such an item for reasons that you undoubtedly may find obvious.
I don't get it.
I'm good.
Those who wear the ring
Dane,
die, and
That's fun though.
if you were captured
Yeah.
and you thought there was no way you were going to get out,
Yeah.
you could activate this ring and it would inject
Yeah.
poison into you, and then you would die.
Ooh. Oh, that sounds like a good idea.
anyway.
Everybody's like,
Yeah.
so no. Okay.
Some of
Well,
the more
How much was
interesting.
the haversack?
Okay.
I never even looked at those.
You wish to inquire about the handy haversack? Wait, did I put it? The handy haversack is 2,400 gold pieces.
That's
That's more
better.
reasonable.
Shidani, you see, that catches your eye, you see a small bag with a little tie. It's just like, it's a couple inches, a little pouch. That when you squeeze it, it feels like it has like some dust in it, maybe some spice. But you try to smell it, and it's like, wait, was that cinnamon? No. Wait, was that cumin? No. Was that paprika? Was that pepper? What? I can't place it. You see a deep blue colored wax candle that is fairly thick. It's like maybe 2 inches in diameter, and I think like maybe about this tall, enough to sort of grip hand and have plenty of burning space. You see also you see a porcelain half mask with a cat face, a cat mouth going on it. Much like, actually.
Cute.
Didn't we used to have a mask like that?
Did we?
I know.
It was that assassin lady.
Oh, there's
Excuse
a.
me.
I believe you do recall there being a gargoyle mask, which was the other half. That was the top half. Top half.
Oh, so we could put like a gargoyle mask and
Gargoyle
then a
kitty?
kitty cat mask. Wow.
Oh, where is it? I had one, but also Branded Edge. In your like as you placed the iron ball back down on the shelf, you do notice a next to it a pole.
A pole?
A pole. There's a
Ooh,
small,
like a dancing pole? Like a...
Dancing?
Just a 1 foot long rod.
Oh.
It appears to have in the side of the rod. There appears to be like a little divot, just a little divot that's just like it looks like it'd be enough for just a thumb to rest into.
I hold that for a second.
Here you go.
I just I hold it, put my hand in the air, keep it like flat, and I hit the button.
It's not a button, as it
And
turns
I
out.
let go.
It's,
Or the
it turns out it's not a button, but it's
The divot.
it's a little resting. So you put your
Like a
hand in it
dimple.
and it rests. The individual says, "Ah, you have found the pole of collapsing. If you speak its command word, which you may choose, just like with the iron ball. Presently, the command word is set to be obvious. The command word is extend. Please do not point it at the shelves."
I have it. I have
See-
it.
see
The hallway.
yeah. If you
There's a
say,
line.
if you
Hi.
say extend,
Stand.
becomes 10 feet long.
Whoa.
I poke Dane with
Is
it.
it... Ow! Ow!
It weighs the same. It feels like it weighs like it weighs like a pound. It becomes that long and it doesn't change its weight.
Is it a weapon?
It is a pole. If you wish to strike somebody with it, that would be at your discretion.
Close. Descend. Unsend.
Presently, it is set to retract.
Retract. I hand it back to Brandy. It's not what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I thought I considered that, but it's the pole of collapsing.
Not the pull of
In my
dance.
defense, it looks a lot like it. And Morgan only, experienced them from like trappers.
What did I say? Okay,
Okay.
Shadani. So you saw a the blue
How
candle.
much is the pole?
Oh yes, as you didn't say. The pole of collapsing is 110 gold.
Okay. That's cool.
decent.
Yeah, I want it.
Yes. So Shadani, you saw what did I say? You saw the pouch and a candle
A bag of spice.
and the porcelain mask. That candle is the candle of the deep. If you ignite the candle, it will stay lit underwater. It costs 60 gold.
Interesting.
The pouch that you are observing and attempting to discern through its aroma, you may find quite difficult, as it is the Heward's Handy Spice Pouch. The Heward name may be familiar to you as the name of the individual who invented the handy haversack. This
Oh, I see.
Uh, it feels like there's something in it, but if you open it, it's empty. That spice pouch, if you speak the name of any food seasoning that you wish that is not of a magical essence, it will spend one of its magical charges and produce that seasoning in in a modest amount. It is enough to season a single meal's worth. Every day at dawn, it will replenish several of these charges and so can be used indefinitely. It has 10 charges
Somebody's
per day.
always on the road.
That spice pouch is worth 75 gold. Okay, before we get to this one, because it's my favorite. Brandy, you also notice as as you found a cool pole, you see something else. Oh, it's not a pole. Oh, it's a wand. That is the wand of smiles.
Yay!
Oh no! What have you done?
I will not take the time to explain it, as I believe you already know what it does, and that is worth 150 gold.
Huh? Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
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 Uh-huh.
150 gold. There you go. You have the wand of smiles. Smile a day to you.
Right.
So
God damn it.
so. Shidani. I see you have found the mask of the Neko. Sorry. The mask of the Necromancer.
Oh. And what does it do?
If you don that mask and attune to it, you will be able to cast Vicious Nyakuri.
Uh-huh.
Vicious. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that,
What is that?
Mechanically speaking, it is exactly the same as Vicious Mockery,
uh-huh.
but you do it in a cat voice.
Oh, sloppy.
So you cast it. You cast it as using your charisma modifier.
I mechanically, I think it's 1d4 and.
It's a cantrip. Yeah, Vicious Mockery is a cantrip. The bard spell. 1d4 and confers disadvantage on the next attack. Until the beginning of your next turn. Vicious Mockery is very good.
That could be good.
It's very good.
Yeah.
It could be really good, actually.
While you wear the mask and are attuned to it, it affects your voice to be adorable.
How would that work if Shidani does her goat form
It's a very good
while
question.
being a cute cat? Would she be adorably, frighteningly cat?
Wearing a cat mask?
It's a very good
The
question.
voice would be.
I do not know who Shidani is, but I assume that is you, miss. Regarding a goat form, that is none of my
yes.
business, but I know
Don't worry
what
about it.
the mask does itself. The mask is worth 1,500 gold.
Oh. Super worth it.
You say
Yeah.
that, but that is
Disadvantage is nice.
okay. I'm gonna peel through the crack in the fourth wall here. That's getting, just buying a cantrip.
Eh.
It does require attunement, but just buying a cantrip. I like it.
How much is it?
I was so proud of the pun that I was like, do I want to give this to them? Do I really want to give this to them?
It's 1,000?
1,500 gold pieces. I was really back and forth about the mechanics of this one, but I'm like, oh, Vicious Nyakuri.
I will I will help you pay for it if you can't afford it. I want you to have this shit, honey.
I mean, I can afford it, but I'm thinking of future expenditures.
I did look into
That I
Shannon's
already
funds, and
have
I'm like, holy
planned.
fuck.
and trying to decide if I want to part with that much right now.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I'll think about it.
Very well. That's what's on the table. Yeah, the Mask of the Necromancer. You have the
Did
bag
we
of
want
holding.
to see
Yeah,
if
sorry.
he's willing to buy this wink suit, or did somebody in the group want it?
Oh, good idea.
Because this would be a good place to sell that if we want to.
Oh yeah.
We can see how much it's worth.
May as well.
How about a set of 3? Do we need 3 wingwear suits?
Who has the
The
third one?
wingwear. I mean, I
It
have
was-
one.
It was me, Shidani, and
Fuck.
Hope it wasn't Torin.
Just 2.
well, he would have bequeathed everything to us.
No, we didn't.
You didn't.
The dick, we just parted ways.
And Tobovar parted him from his possessions.
Well, anyway, I pulled it out of my bag, and at least mine. We can figure out if there are more later. Here, would you mind looking at this?
Ah, I see. This has an enchantment on it, I believe. One moment. Pull out a monocle.
It's a wingwear suit.
I see. This allows one to ride the winds several times until it is depleted of its elemental energy, at which case it must be recharged with more. A useful item as it seems, perhaps its value is diminished by its limitations on its usage. I believe this would be good for 500 gold pieces.
Mm.
Okay. What I will do then, I'm willing to part with 1,000. So I will give you this suit and 1,000 gold, and I will take the map.
You made the DM very happy. Wonderful. Strike off one wingwear, 1,000 gold. Go ahead and I'll look into making a custom item on D&D Beyond for this, because it'd be nice if you could just equip it and it would make it appear in your spells. That would be really good if that would work. But for now, just a custom item or other possessions or whatever the hell, and just a Mask of the Necromancer.
Yes.
It requires attunement, allows wearer to cast Vicious Nyakari as an
Yes, you need
action.
those stats.
Charisma spellcasting modifier. So that's your charisma modifier plus your proficiency.
That's bad.
And it gives you a cute voice. Yeah. When you talk, the mask mouth moves.
Brandon will also purchase the Hole of Collapsing for 110.
All right, excellent. That is in D&D Beyond, so you can add that to your inventory.
Okay.
All right, so you get Pole Collapsing and the Wand of Smiles.
Can I attach them to each other to increase the range? Oh my god!
No, you can certainly try.
Okay.
Something. I mean, really, you know what? No. I use. Okay, so I'll say, how do you want to do this all day? Because, that's just such a good phrase, and, you can't help it. You can't help but copy it under the circumstances. You can certainly try. Yeah, sure. No, what I like better is there's one way to find out.
Okay. I'm gonna keep that in my back pocket.
Just saying.
Just don't make sure you don't extend it while it's in your back pocket.
And well, it's in the back.
Tips and tricks.
Oh my. 10 feet. Jeez. So,
API error.
the Pearl of Power, the handy haversack, and the bag of holding are still on the table.
Do it. Do it.
Well, they'll stay there for quite a bit. I may circle back around for the haversack. I have to decide some things.
Very well. This will probably have to be tomorrow, as it is growing ever closer to close of business today.
Okay, thank you, mister.
Thank you.
Very well.
Bring it behind us. Scarily. Every time.
Did we ask for the price on that iron stone? I didn't write it down.
It was like,
Look again.
Pearl Power 7200.
Oh, that was change the markup. Right. 420 is 4,200.
Woo.
and this was not at this shop, but the previous one.
That was at the jewel shop. That was at Halazar's Fine Gems.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mercantile Belch.
Worth its weight in gold.
I love it. Because it's lighter than air.
so it's worthless. Okay.
Like the 1,000-yard stare on the Morgden. Just. That's after making a sale. That's definitely. That's
It's
just
commerce.
It's commerce.
Morgan loves commerce.
Fucking loves commerce.
It does.
It is fun.
alright.
Oh,
It is growing close. Presently, it's growing close to about 10 o'clock.
I need to go to back to the hotel. To the bar.
yeah, let's go to the bar.
I need to take
Yes, to the bar.
my armor off and put my new armor on for tomorrow. It's
So
exciting.
it's around 10 o'clock that most of the shops that do daily business, that do daylight business, tend to be closing up. The shops that are open deal more in either questionable goods, so they're not really shops, or places like Velatha's Delights that are more for the space. Or bodegas. Bodegas and bordellos are certainly the ones open later. But as the
My favorite game, Bordellos and Bodegas.
as most of the stalls have packed up and the merchandise has been put away, I believe you're making a way towards your hotel. You return to the hotel, and you get there. Yeah, it's roughly 10 o'clock. You see that the bar area is a bit more populated. At the Twilight Hunter, there is a musician on stage. Oh fuck!
His name is Oh Fuck.
It's a very distinguished family.
Ooh.
Yeah. Are you of the Oh Fuck family?
No, this is fine. Actually, this is kind of just up my alley. You notice at the
Any relation to the fuck offs?
Twice removed, cousins.
you notice a single musician, a small, androgynous looking, much like the proprietor, in the sense of androgyny. But you see a tiefling with white skin, and streaks of red in his silvery hair, playing a lyre in his hands and a drum with his tail, and crooning bittersweet melodies, serenading to the room. And you enter and you see many of the patrons are sort of wrapped to the performance. Many pushed up at the bar. It's a bit more populated than you saw earlier in the day. This appears to be where many of the motley patrons, multiracial, various backgrounds. Many look fairly rough, but everyone seems to be in a very chill atmosphere. You're not assholes to elbows trying to fight your way to the bar, but you see, you gotta kind of search out your seats. And you, I guess you plant yourself at the bar and order a beverage. It takes a few minutes after 10, but then Rice eventually does step in with his guard, his city guard, Waterdavian guard armor. Now you would know. Actually, no, he wouldn't be in his armor still. He's off duty. And it's...
I was gonna say, I was about to make fun of him.
Yeah,
I was like,
come on, man.
the hell, you didn't even go home and change?
Yeah. No. He wouldn't be in his guard armor. He would, I think about it. Yeah, you see him, he's got linens. He looks dressed a bit sharper than you might have remembered. If you've seen him off duty previously, he'd be wearing just very modest workers' clothes. He seems to have dressed on purpose to come to the Twilight Hunter. He's not looking to make a bad impression, at least on the locale. Maybe he's not trying to impress you. You don't know if he's gonna try to impress you necessarily, but coming here, he feels like he's gonna step it up a little bit. So he's got it's not silk, but it's a thin light linen, top button unbuttoned, because he's still working, man. He's still trying to show off a little.
Got it.
He's got a blue sash around his waist, and navy, like dark navy colored pants, with boots that look like they haven't seen a lot of wear, but he may have worn them out a little, every now and then. So these probably his nice boots. And this individual was the half orc, I believe, right? Yeah. So he comes in
With the mutton chops.
with the mutton chops. Yes. It looks like he may have gone home and caught a shave on the rest, and like freshened up his shave. So clearly, he's dressed for the Twilight Hunter at least. He comes up to the bar. Oh, Shidani! There you are. I was afraid you wouldn't show up. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little intimidated by this place. It's kind of money,
Oh, you fit right in. I kind of just... I wouldn't stand you up, my friend.
I don't imagine you would. These are friends.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Hey, everybody. This is Rice. We go way back. Dane and Morgden.
Dan, Morgan,
Brandy.
Brandy.
Tobavar.
Oh, wow.
What's here?
Nice to meet you. Tovar. Oh, we met. We met briefly, but good to see you again. Yeah, and you smell that. It smells like he's putting on a little musky aftershave. Like he's doing it.
He's trying.
He's a little bit. It's not terribly overpowering, but it's noticeable. It's spicy. Yeah, I've always been curious to come in here.
Oh, you're gonna love the food. Stuff we had yesterday was really good.
Okay.
Earlier.
So you order up a couple rounds from Shy. She brings out a nice platter. So she. Ooh. That's right. You had the lunch, right? So it was a bright, like kind of glowing, white wine. She'll bring out a bottle and pour a few glasses. And as she pours it, it starts coming out very like a very thin red, a very thin. You can see pretty easily through it, but as it hits the glass, it becomes deep, deep dark, almost syrupy. Like it looks like it would be syrupy, but it still flows, and it flows thin enough. It does leave a bit of a it does leave legs, but it's thinner than the depth of the red would suggest. The food that she serves at night. Oh man, what would that be? It is a stir fry with a collection of peppers and mushrooms. The mushrooms seem to be making kind of the bulk of the meal, actually, and she mentioned that they are mushrooms from the Underdark.
Right, I remember.
So they are potent. They are flavorful. In fact, they are mushrooms, but a couple of different mushrooms. Like some are small and they look like maybe like portobellos or something like that. But they have a bit more. I mean, portobellos are kind of rich. These are a bit more. But there are some of the mushrooms that look to be like shelf caps that actually have the texture of meat.
Oh.
They are thick, they're dense and chewy, and they have texture and approximately the flavor of like beef. And thus pairs well with the red. The wine is. It's like a port, right? Where it's sweet, but there's kind of like there's almost like a I hesitate to say metallic because that's usually a bad thing with a wine. You don't want it to taste tinny, but it's like it gets you in the sides of your mouth, and it's like I mean, to put a fine point on it, I mean you've taken hits to the mouth plenty of times, and you've tasted your own blood.
Mm-hmm.
It's like sweet blood. Much sweeter than blood has any reason to be, so you don't reckon it is, but it certainly gives off the appearance.
It tastes better than I care to admit. Ooh.
Johnny.
Hmm.
Hold on, I'm gonna have some for you. You're eating eating this meal and sipping and sort of enjoying the beautiful bard. And striking up conversation, and Rice is so yeah, how have you been all these years? I thought you were gonna get picked up by the Weymouth Academy way back when, but then you disappeared off the map.
About that, I thought that too, but apparently it was really a front for something else. Sometimes they do recruit in such ways, but that happened to not be what that was.
Oh, I hadn't heard anything about that. Maybe we should. Are you sure? Really? What happened?
Well, on my end, when I showed up, it was traffickers. There's really no other way to say it other than to just say it. And so, yeah, apparently it was a front. They were luring us to that area, claiming to be with the academy, and they tried to take us in when we all showed up.
As you have that sort of pregnant pause, and you say, "Traffickers," you hear a single sour note from the bard. Just goes back to playing.
Anyway, I'm
Traffickers.
sorry. It's just, I lower my voice. Yes, it's becoming aware of myself and my surroundings again. Yes, but as I said, I was taken in by a group from Black Raven, and
Black Raven. Wait a second. I heard about that. When I didn't take part in the operation, but when I was still with the Watch. And you see, I'm with the Guard now. So you would know that the Watch is basically the police, and the Guard is the army. So your other Guard friend is part of the Watch. He's the beat cop who's still working the streets. But Rice has moved up, got some promotions, a little higher pay. So he's with the army now. So when I was still with the Watch, I remember there was a big raid, and they brought in some outside help. That was Black Raven, and that was you. That's what happened. I'm so sorry. I'm glad you were safe, at least. I hope we can say the same for anyone else wrapped up in these events.
the streets are dangerous. We just try to make it less dangerous.
There was, I think there was some follow-up though, with Waymoon. It sounds like it was not everything that Waymoon has done. Well, most of the things that Waymoon is doing, it's funded by the Watch. So I have to trust that there was no misdeeds on their end. I guess criminals will find their way into any opportunity. Yeah, it's disgusting, people taking advantage of good kids and good works and everything. Fuck them. Can we get a couple shots here? This one's on me. Don't worry about it.
Absolutely.
I don't mean to sour the conversation. We could we'll do a round.
Honestly, I think we should change the conversation.
You're right.
That
you're right.
is, we've caught up. We're done.
Yeah. I spent my time in the Watch dealing with the stuff in the streets. I'm trying to handle all the stuff outside the walls. You've been traveling. It sounds like.
Randy leans over the table. Did I hear shots? I'm sorry.
Oh God! Someone's
Wait a
excited.
minute.
Oh, that's what I like to
My
see.
friend
Hey.
Randy. All right, calm down.
He said it. I heard it.
Yeah. So, Shani, I sent you a message in Discord.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Shy will come around and pour several shots of what, again, as it comes out of the bottle, it seems to be clear, but it hits the glass and turns into sort of it's clear on top, but it's sort of like a settling yellow, like a honey, like Jack Daniel's honey, right? Like it's kind of like a honeyed liquid. Honey-colored liquid.
Probably not Fey one.
Shots are shots.
So
Let's
this will
do
be
it.
on. You say this is on your tab. For the 5 of you, that is 2 gold. Oh, that's. You know what? I bet it's worth it. I bet it's more than worth it. Here's 3. The meal.
Big spender.
The meal and the wine also, I guess we would add to for everybody. That'd be 2 gold as well. That's same as the cost of lunch. I think it was. It is a very luxurious. I try to count it into like when you're doing your standard of living calculations. It's like if you're living comfortable, it's like 2 gold. It's like wealthy is 4 gold, and like aristocratic is 10 gold a day. Like that's pretty much what this is working out to. Is like wealthy.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. Good to know. So you all, 2 old friends and new. To reunions, partings, to partings and reunions, and as always, to our health. Cheers!
Cheers. Cheers.
You all shoot it, and
Yes.
it has the flavor of like honeyed grape. It is like it's like a frozen grape that's been dipped in honey, and then you just sort of like it's like honeysuckle kind of a nectar in a bright green grape flavor. So it's just shy of tart, but then the honeyed flavor just rests it easy on your tongue. But it everyone make a Constitution check. Save. Just make it a save.
Save.
In case you get a bonus to that.
Advantage for me?
Yes. Yes.
Alright.
Oh, 21.
21.
16.
16.
Constitution saving throw, you says.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well,
16.
16.
with my bonus, I got a 7.
7.
Oh,
I'll make one for Rice as well. He has not had this stuff.
Tobavar.
Tobavar too. Okay. I said I'd roll Rice first, so he got a 19. That's pretty good.
Nice.
Tobavar also got a 7. So, Tobavar and Morgden, you all having tasted this, and it's sweet, and it just tastes like that sweetness, and it's very nectary, and it's very lovely. But like, you sort of get that like, oh, whoa, there was a lot there. Okay, like it catches you after a second, like, oh, okay, okay. But Morgden and Tovar, you get that, like, it goes down, and you get that, like, oh, you have to reach out and grab the bar, like, oh, whoa. It's kind of like this, it's almost like tunnel vision suddenly, like, okay, like you feel like you did maybe 2 or 3 shots of that moonshine.
You guys
Like,
need to
it's-
stand still for a minute.
It's strong, and it's dangerous because it does not taste like it at all. You taste almost no hint of any alcoholic beverage to this. It is, it's scary. This is the kind of shit that's scary. And there's a reason why it was 2 gold.
Are
for the
you
shots.
okay, Morgden?
Just the shots.
Oh no.
So we're
Oh,
gonna
no.
color you. We're gonna color you and Tobavar slightly inebriated for this. A little bit drunk, a little bit tipsy.
Tastes like candy.
The rest of you who passed the Constitution saving check, saving throw, you're fine. But you got that warm. You got that warm going on.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
Oh, good to be back in the city.
Branded Edge, since you don't get drunk the same way, it's not exactly getting drunk, but you're feeling like that sort of thrum in your body from the like the way that your lights sort of pulse when they take in really refined craft and food, like really refined flavor. It's getting a lot of that sort of energy sort of thrumming through.
Gorgeous.
It's nice. It's not Fey wine, but this is nice.
What? Nice.
Yes. So the night is happening. You're having your meals. It is getting a little after 11. The bard is continuing to play his sweet trilling melodies.
I do have to do an hour of sleep. No, sorry, an hour of taking off my armor, though, so I should probably do that. Oh! And how are the Magnums doing?
They're fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
How much
They're good? Okay, they're
They're
fine.
fine. They're fine. They're
They're
fucking
fine.
fine.
They're fine.
They're playing on the hearth. In fact,
I will trade one magnum straight across for the bag.
had to try and make that deal. Let's see. I think
Martin wants that bag.
They're just like children to me. Expendable.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
What the fuck?
All
That's the
right.
thing about kids. They
There-
can always make more.
by the hearth. Jeez. By the hearth, there is a becloaked half elf, female, with red hair. Fairly short, fairly kind of lithe and wispy. Tossing firebolts to the Magmans in the
Aw.
in the hearth. She's like, you guys are cute. Oh. Wait, okay, go deep in. Right, go back to the chimney. Go back towards the wall. Puff. Just clutching. You got it! Yay!
Yeah. You like her.
I like her too.
At this point, I'm going to lean forward on my chair and say, well, it's been a nice evening, but I have to go beat up somebody. So if you will all,
fun.
yeah, if you'll allow me, I'll be on my way.
Were you saying that out
I
of
may or may not die.
shit?
Do you need
Goodbye.
any help? Do you need
Were
any
you,
help?
were you saying that out of earshot of Rice, the guard?
Oh, he's a guard?
Oh, he's,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an army man. Make a stealth check.
Natural 20 again! Whoa! Oh, boo, 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 boo.
He's watching the bard, and in fact, like as you see Rice like leaning back in his chair, maybe he's kind of sipping on that deep wine, like there's a little bit of a warm wine flush to his face, but you see like he's looking at the bard and he sort of bites his lip a little.
Little
Oh my
enthralled.
god.
Little enthralled.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I
mean-
should
I
die.
mean,
It's
who
right
wouldn't?
here.
I mean, have you seen this bar?
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh my god.
fuck.
So,
What was the
Dane,
dog wearing?
do you need any backup, Dane? You
The bard is wearing a black and red outfit. No,
Oh, that's you.
a form-fitting. Well, yeah, a form-fitting
Actually, that's the wrong mission.
slim sleeveless top that has a short neck to it, with black bracers that come to a point at the back of his hands. A little flexibility to them. It's very soft bracers. A skirt that reaches down to the floor, and on one side it is a deep red on most of it, and on one side has a mesh that reveals pink stockings over white thighs. And,
God damn.
and
This is a pretty good looking bard.
and wedge heeled
Mm.
boots.
What's her hair look like?
Silvery.
Oh.
The horns that this tiefling has are they're not the kind of curl that Shani has, but they start kind of just behind the hairline and they go back in sort of a sweeping motion.
So
Your hair
pointy.
Hair is long. It comes down to about it is tied back in a ponytail, but there are some loose strands that hang in front of the face. But it's tied back in a ponytail. It's silvery with red streaks through it. And you see his eyes
I
are also magenta, actually. Well, pink. They're more of a it's between
don't
the two.
look at
It's
names.
like magenta.
Here's-
What's the name of the
solid
guard that's with us?
The
Whose
guard-
name I cannot remember.
Rice?
The guard is Rice. Yes.
Rice. I lean in close to Rice. I'm like, Why don't you go say hi? And as I do that, I kind of whisper and prestidigitate and make a very small puff of wind blow the bard's hair back a little bit.
Perfect.
The bard just
Dreamweaver.
like almost on cue, like takes the little hair movement as like, oh, and leans into it.
Oh my god.
Bryce is like, oh, are you sure? I think he's busy.
Do it.
Between songs.
Go talk.
Oh, okay.
What could it hurt?
Yeah. Points to, looks over to Shy. Okay. Right, so, Dane.
Yes.
You need any backup on your endeavors?
Well, here's the thing.
You go beat somebody up.
This woman is the ultimate deceiving, conniving person.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
She is the worst
Oh.
person that's ever walked this planet.
I want to meet her.
You do not want to meet her. She will.
So what exactly
sell you.
did she do to become the worst woman?
Well, we were in love. We were engaged to be married. We were business partners. Everything was lovely and beautiful and great. And then she literally stabbed me in the back and stole the one artifact that I was chasing my entire life to get.
You should
Wow.
punch her in the face.
Big animated gasp.
That's pretty awful.
Yeah, she
Punch her in the face.
I'll put my shirt like, this is my stab wound. This is what she did to me. She was part of a sort of cult, and yeah, she sold me out, and yeah, ruined my life. I haven't seen her in almost 10 years now, and
Why do you think she's here now?
well, I don't know,
What
but
was the artifact?
it was the eye, the Voyager's eye. Rumor has it that it's very powerful, maybe as powerful as this little thing in my body right now. But she has it. I know she does, and she shouldn't. It's too dangerous for her to have. I don't know. I feel like it is not great. This is not great. And for her to be here in this city at the same time as I am, this can't be good. She is too powerful.
Why is it a good idea that you go out on your own to meet out this backstabbing woman who's dangerous? What? But how is it a bad idea that I come with you to make sure you're okay?
Edge.
Uh-huh.
Danger is my middle name.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Oh, it
coming.
was Templeton.
No. I cannot endanger anybody else.
Huh?
She has the power to just hurt you all, and I just can't do it. Oh, that's cool. And I just can't do it. I can't put you all in the line of danger. This is for me and for me alone. So I'm just gonna say thank you. Enjoy your night. I'll be leaving. Goodbye. And I'll stand up and like just walk away.
I'm tailing him. Whatever.
Yeah, Dane exits.
What do we do, Morgton?
You guys coming?
I mean, She stabbed him.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
You
I
should
mean,
learn a
who-
lesson.
Who didn't want to stab me, right?
If anyone's gonna stab you, it's gonna be us.
We've earned it.
Like,
Yeah,
maybe not kill her, but
Make her pay.
Oh,
I mean,
are you headed out somewhere?
we thought we'd make ourselves scarce just in case you talked to this delightful bard.
Oh,
I don't want to get in the way of your rendezvous.
Oh, stammers and trails off.
We work hard.
Well,
You deserve a
hey,
noble fun.
don't be gone too long. You know,
Play hard.
I did come here to catch up with old friends, but if you got something to do, just don't be gone all night, all right? Nice to,
Maybe yes,
nice to spend
for a
time
few
with
days.
friends.
Yeah, we're gonna be around. Thanks for the drink. And I'm absolutely gonna tailgate.
It was so good to see you again. I give him a big hug.
Oh,
Oh man.
great to see you.
Oh, and I'm just gonna order one of those.
You're a
drinks.
solid person, like really. And I'm just glad
I like to
that
think so.
And I'm just gonna order one of those yummy drinks for the bard, telling it it's from the guard.
Oh. Oh, one to Glorious then, from Mr. Rice.
From right.
Thanks.
I just imagine Rice looking up and saying, "Sup, sup."
It's weird to see Rice looking so timid. Like he usually has such a boisterous presence, and he's kind of a loudmouth to all of his like coworkers, but he seems to be genuinely disarmed here. So, you up? So you make your way over to the one of the plazas. There are several plazas.
Wait.
Mm.
Wait.
What?
5 minutes before midnight, before the meeting time, before I get to the plaza,
Okay.
I'm going to stop, and I'm going to call up my bestie,
You gonna stop,
Renwick.
collaborate, and listen.
You gave me a sending stone that
Yeah.
allows me
I was
to
like-
contact him.
I was like, shit, you Renwick. Because when you said stop and call my bestie, I thought you were going to do your commune thing. I was like, wow,
No,
right
no, no,
here?
no.
Jeez. But okay, but I was like, oh, right, Renwick. Okay, yeah. So you have Sending Stone, right.
This is that special sending stone, right?
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Sending Stone paired with Renwick, yeah.
Wait, baby.
25 words.
Oh, it's 25 words?
25 words.
Oh, okay. Okay. So,
What are you
I will-
doing?
what do you do? What's new? What's going on? I miss you.
You
Kiss.
Okay. So, I'm gonna say the following. Hold on. Crystal Lattice is here.
Maybe ethereal. Ethereal lattice.
Is that what it? Oh, Ethereal Lattice?
Yeah, it's called the Ethereal
Okay.
Lattice.
Ethereal Lattice is here. Come find me. I am in Waterdeep? Now? I miss you lots. See you soon. Bye.
Okay.
Did you just invite a lich to town?
Is that bad?
They have guards here. People live here.
You.
I'm sure Renwick is aware of people in the.
You. A few moments go by.
Nope.
Not too long. Just enough to have that brief exchange with your friends, and before too long, you hear. Interesting.
Isn't it? I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, you say aloud to nobody. It says, interesting. It would be unwise for me to appear in a city personally, but keep me abreast of more information.
Okay.
I'll see what I can do. That was his 25 words. Okay.
He didn't say he missed me too.
Those are 25 words. maybe that's what he meant when he said interesting.
Oh,
It's like as you wish, right? It's
Mm.
too late.
And then I'll turn around and then like I'll see like all my friends. I'll be like, oh, you followed me? Okay.
Whip your stone out in front of all of us.
Oh, this is a fucking
Okay.
acting Quinn now.
I think I have a plan,
Yeah, once a day. I just wanted to be sure.
but
Until
it
the next
might
dawn.
involve you hiding until the opportune moment. Tobavar, Shadani, to the roofs!
Please?
Bang zoom to the moon.
Dane.
No. If she thinks that I'm alone, she might use that moment to try to be herself and attack me, which I don't want. But I'll be a bait to this whole scheme.
All right. We'll
So
get
if you-
high and be in
Yeah.
shadows and watch the scene. You'll
Yeah,
be
yeah.
bait.
Yeah. And then Morgton and Edge, how about y'all circle back and like hide in an alley, and then we'll see where this gets us.
Which alley? One that I can see you at, or
Yes.
how far away?
So, like, within earshot, for you to yell, help.
Yeah.
That'll be... Yes, that'll be our word.
When
Help.
he screams.
Telepathically, I can communicate with you telepathically if I see you. So just stay within visual range, and
It's very
then
important that you yell help if you need help.
yes, help.
About 60 feet away then from you.
I'm creative.
Shani, you would recall that in order for Dane to telepathically communicate with you, you're gonna have to let him.
Oh yeah, because of my
Ring.
ring.
Oh, that dang ring.
So it's possible.
Shadani,
Just
may I
you'll
please
to-
have consent to contact you telepathically?
Yes.
Yes.
You know you should ask everyone that, right?
No.
Magically change it? Like, I wasn't gonna say anything, but you specifically asked just the one person protected.
Martin. Anyways, so the
It's
whole
fine.
thing that we're after is a lettuce, a ethereal lettuce. I'm assuming it looks like a piece of cabbage almost.
Got
Like,
it.
Like a
the thing you put
salad?
on a hot dog?
I've seen those before. They're crunchy.
Yeah, people put them on hot dogs all the time.
All right, and then Tobavar. if the opportunity
Yes.
comes for you to be in close proximity to Anna, and you get to steal any of her shit, steal her shit. Got it?
Let me ask you, in the past, has she ever had a bag that can hold a lot of stuff? Sorry, I know. Because I could be down with this plan now.
It's
Morgan!
a free bag of holding
Okay,
with all the
fine.
shit in it. That's not a terrible idea.
All the shit. Like, actual shit.
Oh,
That sounds gross.
No. So, she
I can't
has
wait to find out
something...
what happens because I'm drunk.
It's great. It's fantastic. No. So, she has something called the Voyager's Eye. It might be on her person. I know it's on her person. She has it. So if you have the opportunity to steal it, you steal it. And if she has this ethereal lettuce, steal that too? Sure, why not? That way Renwick will be in our pocket. Just like whatever items she has in her pocket. Steal all her shit. Good?
Would I have any idea what the ethereal thing is? The ethereal
The
lattice.
ethereal
Lettuce?
lattice. Make an Arcana check. The DC is going to be rather high.
Okay, well then I don't know. With my 7.
Whoop.
It's not
I am not
come to your attention.
rolling.
Not your day today.
No, it's not.
Huh.
In fact, this is the first you're ever hearing of it.
Oh, because you weren't there.
Wasn't in the swirl. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, I think this is a good time to take a break. As the party approaches one of the numerous plazas in the Sea Ward.
The Grand Plaza.
The grand one. There's like the Ivory Plaza, there's like the Eastern Plaza, there's the Luminous Plaza. There's no end to plazas. People love their fucking plazas. You put a fountain in it, you're gold. This one's called the Grand Plaza. And it's okay, as plazas go. But you're heading towards the Grand Plaza for this meeting with Anna Overland.
That bitch.
And we're gonna go ahead and take a break there, and come back to see how this lovely conversation will go. Conversations with friends new and old. And hopefully this will give time, because I believe Mondo said it was going to be a fairly early day, so if it gives him time to show up and join into the game, that would be perfect. Otherwise, we will simply be back after I refresh my tea, and everyone has a FAP. We won't come back until everyone's fapped. All right, so
you get a clear head.
just
Nancy!
gotta have the clear head, and
That'd be gross.
it gives us time to think about what's happening with Glorious and Rice. So we will be back shortly. See you soon.
Giggity. Hello, hello.
Welcome back, everyone. We return. We return to the shenanery that is afoot. As you approach the Grand Plaza, Dane, you in particular, you're continuing along. Shidani, did you say you were going up to the roofs ahead of time?
Yep.
So you and Tobavar. You look around. You find some. It's midnight. There's still some people on the streets, but it's sparse. So you know your way around the city quite well. You know how to duck into alleys. You and Tovar both have pretty good familiarity with how to duck into alleys as needed. But as far as getting up on the roof, I'll say go ahead and make me some acrobatics. Tovar got drunk.
Oh no!
Yeah.
So he might not be quite as deft as he typically is. But he's not schmammered, so it's not terribly bad. So I'm gonna say it's just gonna be like a -2 to his acrobatics, which is still fine because he put a 19 on the die. So where is he?
He's good.
Where is he on that? Acrobatics.
He's like backflipping.
It's
while
+6.
drunk.
Yeah. So 24. So 22. 22 with a penalty. Out of curiosity,
Jesus
what it
Christ.
would have been at disadvantage. Oh, at disadvantage it would have simply been actually 22. It would have actually been 22 anyway. His first was 19, second was a 16. So it's good to know. Right.
Good for him.
So he's in. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
He's in great shape. Back flipping around, drunk. I rolled a natural 1,
Natural
so
one. But what's the total? It's not an attack. It's not an automatic fail, but it's not looking great.
8.
8. Okay. You see how well he does to get up. He hops up on a barrel, reaches over, jumps on somebody's balcony, just as that person who was leaning over turns back to say, "What was that, honey? Oh, the tea's on. Oh, okay, yeah. Bring me a cup, could you?" And he turns back, just as Tovar puts a hand up and just whoop, turns back. Nice night. And and as he reaches back to say, "Nice night," Shidani, your hand just on his face, and you fall over the balcony, onto this person. You're still on your feet, so you're just kind of like standing over them, like, "Oh, what the hell?"
I didn't see you there.
Yeah, same. What the fuck is...
So sorry.
Honey, there's a devil on our balcony. Get the gun. Honey, get the crossbow.
I'm gonna hide.
Okay. Alright, make a stealth check. I'll say, where are you hiding? Are you gonna try to continue and go upward?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to scramble back up.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and get a second acrobatics check. Actually, no. I think with that was the reckon of the failure. Otherwise, you're gonna have fine enough time getting up and away. I will say make a stealth check.
Okay. Stealth check it is.
Yeah.
18.
Steal that
18.
gun.
Good. As he turns back, honey, get the crossbow. There's a devil on the porch.
Peter.
Devil on the balcony. And he turns back. Honey, never mind. Do we still have whiskey?
Devils again.
I think you've had enough.
Yeah. So yeah, you're able to just and quietly leap up to the next level, grab a windowsill and just lift up onto the shingled roofs and just back against the chimney like. What kept you?
Oh, you know. Stuff and things.
Ah, yes. Always stuffing things. Well, shall we get a vantage point? He'll go to the edge of the roof and just go prone and get his crossbow out and sort of just keep an eye on where on the center of the plaza by the fountain. Johnny, are you gonna kind of post up where Tobovar is, or are you gonna try and find another rooftop, another adjacent rooftop to get another vantage point?
Let me look out and see.
I need different music for this.
Okay, wait a minute. I mean, I only rolled an 8, but what I would be looking for is a rooftop that would optimally allow Tobovar and I to see as much of the courtyard as possible.
Smart.
Looking around, you see that there are a number of buildings surrounding this plaza. Some residences, some businesses, and there's varying amounts of space between them. There seem to be wider gaps. To get the most vantage point, you would probably want to be opposite each other, so that your field of view would cover one half, and you can see at least with two people that's likely how it would be. So you'd have to triangulate otherwise, but you don't think you can get to the opposite end, particularly not quickly enough. It's a rather large plaza. Like at least I think the plaza is probably like 200 feet wide, like a 50-foot fountain, 30-foot fountain in the middle.
Yeah, I'll just stick with him then, and keep an eye on.
You could probably get as far as maybe like a right angle.
Yeah.
So it'd be 20-foot plaza.
Okay. Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Probably be like 80 feet away from him. If that's how math works. Whatever.
It is now.
Sure. You're at some point 80 feet as the crow flies too. So basically, your sprint. A little under your sprint, I think. Are you 45? 45 movement? Or are you 40?
I'm 45.
45?
Walking speed. Yeah.
So
Holy shit.
Yeah, she's fast as shit. Monster.
Yeah.
She's fucking fast. Okay, so Morgden, Bernard Edge, what were you up to?
I should probably Morgden, because Morgden can see in the dark and I cannot. We should probably stay 60 feet away from Dane, but always keep an eye on him, like you said.
Yeah, we'll kind of duck back into the closest concealed alley that we can kind of peek from.
Okay.
I can't see shit, so I'm relying on you, Morgden.
Oh my god.
We gotta get you some goggles.
An alley. So the plaza itself is about 200. It's 200-foot diameter of open space. It is a plaza. It is wide open. There is a fountain that's about 30 feet wide. There's a statue in the center depicting it's the Grand Plaza, depicting a man standing chin up, looking tall, with a circlet and a fur-topped cloak being held with elbow up in front of his chest, standing proudly. I don't know if
I think
anyone...
maybe we should
Could we hide behind that, maybe?
Yeah, let's get in between. The statue is between us and Dane.
The statue is in the fountain.
Right.
Oh.
Yes, it is in the center of the
No, I'm
fountain.
not going there.
So it's dead center of the plaza. What you do see, so alleyways, the building line ends about 100 foot from the center.
We do have a potion of invisibility and something else of dust of disappearance.
I will sell those before I use them on your wrists.
Oh, holy shit, that's perfect.
But
Okay, Morgden, Why don't we
Check it.
stand? Why don't we stand?
But the
By the
question, yeah,
fountain.
I guess the question is, are they on your person, Morgan?
Probably not. Maybe.
I got the invisibility
They're
one, but
probably
Then it's not up to
in the
you, is it?
bag. You can't force a potion on someone.
No. But you
Well,
can't
okay, Morgan, how
stop
about
someone from
will we
using it.
go-
Yeah.
stand in the center of the
Attack.
of the plaza and pretend like we're just chatting it
No.
up?
Yeah, normal people.
We're just normal people. I got my cloak
Yeah, we do
on.
that.
There you go.
Hood's
Like,
up.
find a bench or like a ledge to sit on.
Yeah. So while it is wide open space, there are amenities. There are benches. There are even like topiaries, I guess we would call them. Just the little like rectangular sort of planter spaces where a couple of really thin trees, really low and thin trees, are trees with like the branches the trunks are like this, and they're very shaped and sculpted.
Nice shrubbery.
Shrubberies. Yeah.
Nice shrubbery.
Some hedges,
This
some
thing.
some little flower beds and stuff. Like it's not all just cobble, fielding the place.
Yeah.
It's
X doesn't
it's
know
decorative.
what we look like. If we hang out in the middle of the mountain topiary area, we can just hang out like we're town folk enjoying the evening.
Couple girlfriends, just having a late night rendezvous.
Woo!
They
Yeah,
look
got
like
it.
good friends.
Good friends.
You know,
Trademark.
keep
Yeah,
telling me
pals.
about having sex day.
What the fuck? Crazy.
Drunk Morgan.
I don't know why you want to, but you can.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take Morgan's arm because she's probably a little tipsy.
A little tipsy.
She doesn't trip and fall.
A bit tipsy.
I
You
can
post
see
up.
for us.
You post up at one of the one of the shrubbery little areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just start yucking it up, start chatting.
Yeah. So we,
Brother.
so it's not obvious, but we can kind of see what's going on, or at least, yeah, I guess at least I can
Yeah.
Yeah.
with my great
Well-
perception.
It is midnight, but it's also Waterdeep. There are streetlights. There are some posts, some iron
Yeah.
posts that let's see, the Sea Ward. Yeah, here in the Sea Ward.
Well, as you can see behind me, there's
There
lights.
are crystals that are suspended, kind of like the Sims plumb bob, right? Just the long crystal that is just suspended above these iron posts that are shedding a cool blue light. So there might be, there are spots that are certainly shrouded in shadow, but as far as being out in the open, it's fairly visible. It's reasonably visible. Even so the areas where there are dim light, that's where the dark vision does come in handy, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed you do.
Mm-hmm.
So. Shadani and Tobavar, I think a stealth roll would be a lovely thing to have.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
He failed. He failed.
21.
Very good. Yeah, you feel very comfortable here. You're at home. It wasn't really your thing to go on top of the rooftops very often, unless you were running from a guard, not one of your friends, obviously. But one of the guards who's like, "You fucking kids, quit your shit." You're like, scramble up the sides and peek over the edge. The whole city is fairly familiar territory. Less the rich areas, but even then, it's not all that different. So you're like, all right, got it, and you just get low and sort of blend in with the roof tiles. And you're sure, you're like, wait a minute. I know I left him on that roof. There's Tovar with his 28. Just,
The fuck?
just,
Out of existence. Gotcha.
just one with the fucking
Oh
shadows.
fuck. He traveled through time.
You know, motherfuckers are good at things. They're fucking good at things. Jeez.
Fucking hell.
So to convincingly portray close friends, some yada yada, some patter, from Branded Edge and Morgden, I'll have a deception or performance check.
Okay. Let me see. Performance is better for me.
You said deception?
Deception or performance.
10.
10. Okay.
14.
10 and 14. Okay. Dane,
Hello.
where you going?
Do I have eyes on anybody from my team?
You have eyes on Morgden and Branded Edge.
God damn it. Okay.
I mean, if you want to make a purposeful perception check, to see if you find the 21 and the 28.
There is no way that I can do that. Like, actually, no way that I can do
Yeah,
that.
what's your perception bonus?
So, don't
Nothing.
Please don't.
So, right, you literally can't. You literally can't see them. It's impossible. You can't see them.
They
Fabulous.
blinked out of existence. So, okay, I can still see Branded Edge and Morgden. And I will just telepathically communicate with them and say, I'm approaching the target. Stay on me.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me back, but okay.
I don't think I can. Like, we established that we can't? Nope. So,
Yeah, it's one way, so I nod.
It's one way. Okay, and like, okay.
I nod and give the
And then-
finger slightly.
You responded similar.
That I could.
Yeah. Shabadugadar.
And
Crast.
Alright, I will stand near the center with the statue, and I will wait and look out for Anna.
Okay. Perception checks from everyone, please.
Okay.
Ouroboros.
Oh, well, 15.
11.
19. Okay. 11.
11.
11. Tovar. It's 16. His vision's a little blurry because of the drink, so let's say that was a 14.
It's a little blurry. He
blurry.
gets a 35.
It's not, yeah. He doesn't have reliable talent yet.
Wait, that's a thing? What the fuck?
It's fucking yeah. Vaxeldon and first season crit roll, stupid. It was. What was it? You remember Morgan? It was like so. He's like fucking Liam's like, all right. So I rolled a 2 on the die, so that's 30.
Yeah, he
On a
has,
stealth, it's like a stealth check. It's like I rolled a 2 on the die, so that's 30. I'm like, fuck me. It's like some bullshit like that. It was like I don't know. It's something realistic. It was like realistic. So it was like I rolled a 2 on the die, so that's 24 or whatever, like some shit like that. And I'm like, holy fuck. Because your reliable talent is if you roll less than a 10 on something in which you're proficient, it's a 10 on the die, and then you get your proficiency stuff. It's rogues are cool. Rogues are cool shit.
I'll just stick to my -1. Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice one. So shit. Who? That's for. Shawnee, you said you got a 19.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, you got a 19.
Branded Edge.
You got 19. Okay. Good.
Oh, it's the 11 with Morgan, I believe.
Okay, Bridget. Show me.
How you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Because my loneliness is killing me. And I must confess, I still believe.
Wow. Okay.
When I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a
He also had expertise, by the way, which
sign.
doubled his.
Yeah, expertise is expertise is
Oh
awesome.
god.
Glorious has expertise in certain things. That's why he's good at what he
I
does.
wanted to make that kind of character for the other game, but someone took Rogue.
So-
That kind of Rogue.
Sorry.
Branded Edge,
Never Rogue.
as you're observing over the shoulder, the light from one of the lamps just catches a figure that Dane, you don't see it. Fucking shit. As you see a figure emerge from the opposite side of the statue, from atop the pedestal that is housing the statue. Someone just sort of like spins around it, sort of like back to the statue, and just sort of like does a standing roll up against it, and then doop, hops down from the statue to the edge of the fountain, just behind Dane, and has a seat next to him. As Dane is like looking around elsewhere, and you watch her just doop, and have a seat and bridge her fingers.
I'm not gonna say anything because I'm gonna blow my cover, but I'm definitely keeping an eye on her.
But as you do see her, let's see something. Yeah, as you see her, plant herself there. She's right next to him. She's right the fuck. She could lick him if she wanted. She's gonna do something. She might do something here.
Shit. Can I do? Wait, I want to do something too.
Well, let's say
And I have not seen that with my 16.
you do not. Not with your 16. Nope.
Bitch.
The 19.
I can't
The 19
do
was what was
anything. I
needed.
can't do anything in this range.
Yeah, Brandy.
sorry.
That sneaky bitch.
Brandy just managed to see her.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay.
I had to touch you to give you guidance. Sorry, but
Yeah.
you're on your own.
So you made that. So with that 19 perception, you see her sit down, and then sort of bridge her fingers, cross her arms, soak her chin, roll her eyes. Give me 1 second. Let me see something here. Okay. Let's see. Oh, nice. So, Dan, I'm making a quick adjustment to your something on your character sheet. Don't worry about that. We'll come back to it in a second.
What is he doing?
You're now dead.
I'm not dead.
Boom.
Well, you hear Anna's voice from directly behind you. At least you're punctual. That's one good thing.
Oh, Anna. This tracks. Hello.
Hello, dear.
This is exactly how we first met, wasn't it?
It's poetic, isn't it?
It is.
Fateful reunions, indeed. I do ever so miss you sometimes.
And then I'll look in her eyes and I'll be like, God damn it, Anna. Sometimes I miss you too. Oof, it's been a while, hasn't it?
It has, and you see her, like, dropping a stack of 17 platinum coins. It has been a while.
Mm-hmm.
Lose something? Sorry, you were never good at keeping hold of money, were you?
Is that mine?
That was yours.
Give it back, Hannah. Thank you so
Should drop it
much.
in your hand.
Oh,
But it looks like you've...
Slappy, please put it back in my inventory.
Okay. Okie dokie. But it looks like you're doing a little better for yourself, at least. You've started to learn how to make a profit. I don't think you've ever seen that much platinum when we were working together.
Look,
I'm sure there's more to be had.
I know. I was young. You were young. We were both inexperienced. But, I don't know. I think we've both just grown a little bit older and a little bit wiser. Somewhat. I haven't. You devilish woman. So,
You have a thing for devilish women, don't you? That was quite the looker you were hanging out with earlier, I must say. Small thing,
you're
but
mhm.
capable, clearly.
She's quite powerful. That's right.
I've always prided myself on being a good judge of character.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Oh,
Look,
that was a slappy laugh.
I know I've been naive, I've been gullible, I've been impetuous before, but what I can say is that I'm now a changed man. I am a fully realized person, 100% in charge of his destiny.
That's good. It's
It is.
It's good to grow and to learn and to become better for it. Quick question.
Yeah.
Did you do anything with the Ursat's eye?
What, put it in?
Did you attune to? Did you put it in? Did you do anything with that
Ye-
already?
Oh yeah, I thought we
Okay.
all did when yeah.
Like what we were eating.
Good. Okay. What did
Uh-oh.
you do with the sapphire eye?
I put it in like a little pouch, a little pocket.
Okay.
No, don't steal it!
What do you mean? Why would you think such a thing? It's good that we've grown. I hope you haven't lost too much. And she points to your right eye. Was it your right eye? It was your left eye. Oh yeah, I think it was left eye. And I Discord
Left
mirror or
eye,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, it was left eye because TLC. And that's She saw your Lisa
I thought it
Lopez.
was-
No, she didn't steal it. Why would I say that? No, the wild magic took your Lisa Lopez.
Uh-huh. Did she take my sapphire eye?
You can check your inventory.
God damn it, Slappy, stop stealing shit!
Get better at perception, bud.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm kind of dumb, okay?
I mean, it's not.
Did you take it?
It was not listed in your inventory anyway, because you know it's in your eyeball. I mean,
Yeah,
you didn't
yeah.
write it down, but in this conversation, you could, if Dane and in that moment would have any doubts, he can check.
I will check.
She points at your eye patch. It's wonderful that you've grown. I hope you haven't lost too much in the process.
Yeah, put my hand to my pouch that I put my eye in. Is it still there?
There's an object.
Is it my eye?
Feels smooth. Feels about the size. Feels like a spherical.
Okay.
Object.
Okay. Okay. Good. All right. Listen, Anna. What are we doing here? Are we rekindling the passion of our youth? Are we trying to recover what fragment of our relationship we once had? Because we both know that we're a little bit past that.
I'm sure I wouldn't mind a little passion being on the
I mean,
table, but
I wouldn't mind a little tryst myself, but I seem to recall that you had other interests in the Seekers. You still aligned with them? They're still in your pocket?
that's one way to put it.
Mm.
There are certainly, as I said, there is money to be made. There is fortune to be found. And those, well, those who seek it themselves are very useful in finding it for me.
Mm-hmm.
To that end,
So-
you were quite a good partnership with me, as you sought fortune and glory to some regard. You might not want to admit it, but I don't think we're that different.
I'll step closer to her and I'll take her hand and I'll say, we had our moments. We made a good pair, didn't we?
I thought so. It is a shame it had to come to an end, but let's be honest, it had to. It was going to a dead end, one way or the other. Better to nip it in the bud while we did.
Cut your losses, so to speak. Mm-hmm.
To turn a phrase.
Yes. So what do you want?
Well, she'll slide her hand away from yours, gently, and say,
Uh-huh.
well, I think we could stand to benefit mutually by continued business. At arm's length, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Professionally,
Of course.
we can share information. We used to so easily as partners, but
We shared so much.
we did. But now as associates, professionally, I think
Uh-huh.
we could do the same. And
Uh-huh.
all parties would be all the better for it. Gainful
It's
cooperation.
gainful cooperation, of course. Now, tell me, what do you know of the ethereal lattice?
The ethereal lattice, as I understand it, is, well, an artifact of great power. But that's all you get for free, I'm afraid. What do you know of the heart of the Cosmic Crimson?
I know a little bit of it. I could tell you more if you could tell me more.
Then it sounds
A little
like
quid pro quo.
we have a little bit of an accord already. Look how easily cooperation comes.
Look how easily we fall into each other.
How about this?
How about
I will
this?
give you a little information, and you give me
Mm-hmm.
the same. It would be unfair if one of us goes first and the other just runs off. We
Of
wouldn't
course.
want that to happen, would we? Perish the thought.
Perish the thought.
She'll take a little piece of paper, and she'll write something down.
Mm-hmm. And I'll take a piece of paper out of my notebook and I'll write it down as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What did yours say?
The heart is in me.
Hers says, I have a location.
Okay.
Wonderful. Sounds like we both have locations. Is this a love note?
Well, Hannah, I think we've grown a little bit past
In you,
subtle
you
subterfuge.
say.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Remember the last time we were together?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
How could I forget?
Mm-hmm. Well, we had a little exchange, you and I.
Indeed.
Indeed, it was romantic, passionate. Mm. But now tell me, do you have the eye? I know you do. I know you do, Anna. How was it? How was using it? How was using the artifact? Was it everything we thought it was?
And more.
Oh,
It's empowering. It's
oh, Anna.
liberating.
Oof.
Would that you could try it sometime. Perhaps we can.
Oh, perhaps we can.
Perhaps we can. Would you like to revisit?
I think I would. And I will use this moment to fuck this bitch up. And I will cast Sword Burst.
Whew!
Fuck you, Anna.
Okay. And I need to check on
Fuck
something.
you.
I need to check on something with
Question.
surprise rounds and wait, hold on. Actually, is that thing with her?
Dan, you vindictive bitch.
He stabbed me in the fucking back.
Hmm.
I didn't say that was a bad thing.
Wonderful. Oh, this is so good. This is so good.
Turn on the propeller.
Wham! Alright, let me check on something regarding surprise rounds and dex saves. So there was a oh yeah no yeah it's fine, dex saves are fine. It's that you can't use reactions on a surprise round. It's not a reaction, it's a save.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing. So that is a dexterity save, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. It's not a reaction. Okay. Okay, dexterity save. Oh my god, that's a natural one. For
Oh,
okay.
you're gonna fucking kill your girlfriend? Okay.
So what's your DC is of course what 16?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
My bitch.
So what's the damage?
2d6. Okay.
Jesus, haven't. time.
That's 7 damage total.
7
Okay.
damage? Okay. She will use evasion. Well, she has evasion. So this is a dexterity saving throw. She did fail, but she will still take half damage. So she will take. So she'll take.
3.5 damage.
So she'll take 3
Oh,
damage.
jeez.
3.5 damage. Gotta get that 5 in there. Gotta get the 0.5 in there.
Fucking-
So she will take 3 damage. Okay. I need to track this somewhere.
And then I'll try to yell out, "Help!"
So,
Okay.
wow. All right. Hold on. Let me get a couple of icons on here.
Hmm.
It is 10 o'clock. So,
Oh, jeez.
What a good way to end
yes, yes. So she, so I guess we'll be looking for initiative. It'd probably better to do initiative right away now and make a note of it. So, as she, as you, she says, "Would you like to revisit?" Yes, I would. She and does a roll over her shoulder on the lip of the fountain. She takes a slash, rolls off, and claps to her feet and. Daring. Daring as always. I admire that about you. And
Oh, she likes it.
and that will be initiative. Let's. If I keep bringing up the wrong thing, I'm freezing the camera. Where's my fucking roll 20, the chrome one. There it is. Oh shit! Let's grab characters. I'm just gonna slap you on in the relevant war.
Grab
here.
it to me.
Oh yeah, look at the size of this map. That's good. You're also small, as you should be.
Oh
You
yeah.
should be on a big old Waterdeep map. Dunk dunk. Shadani. Tub of Arth. Doesn't have a little profile thing, but okay, good. This is. Oh shit. Are these? Okay, good. That's on the object layer. Just want to make sure. I don't have an icon for her right now, but I think by next week I will. I've been wanting to draw.
Interesting.
I've been wanting to draw Anna for a while, so I think I'll draw one for
You know
Anna.
what? Okay. Picture the lady from Indiana Jones and the Temple of no, and the
Last Crusade.
the Holy Grail.
The Last Crusade, yeah.
The Last Crusade.
The-
Yeah.
The German.
That's her.
The German
Yeah,
girl, yeah.
that's her.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I did imagine. I gave her like a couple of braids and a bandana, but I got in her outfit. I got you.
Like the exact same outfit, like the exact same person. Like fuck you.
Okay, all right. I did describe a few. I do like the half jacket. Can we keep the half jacket?
Whatever.
Excellent.
You know what?
Lovely.
You.
Okay, so good. We
Just know
have.
what she was wearing last time you met her or talked to her.
He was wearing nothing.
Riz.
Damn.
You know what? Dane can get it. So
She stabbed you while she was naked.
he stabbed me while I was naked. Yes. Thank you very much for rubbing it in.
Where did she?
She,
Where's the knife?
your guess is as good as mine where she took the knife from because it definitely was not on her person, unless it was in her person, but definitely not on her person.
He checked.
Sleight of hand.
She
Man.
is a conniving bitch.
Dane checked to make sure I was not in her
We've all
person.
met you. We know how you can be.
Yeah, like picture of me, but the female form, that is her.
Who amongst us hasn't wanted to stab you at least thrice?
I know. I also want to stab me thrice.
Goodness.
Want to
She's
stab.
the worst. She's the worst. Stab her while you got it.
Opportunity.
Okay, a roll for Tovar, who got it.
Okay.
Very good.
Initiative.
Yeah, so let's roll initiative, everyone.
Oh,
So we
fucking
can track that for the beginning of next session.
Brandon got 2 because she sucks at video games. Whatever.
Bill,
Tabletop games as well, I guess.
Also that.
But let's see. He
15.
has a big
1
initiative bonus, so
5.
he's got 19. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Tovar is 18. You're 15, Dane. You got the surprise round in ours. That's good. Sorry, what was yours, Brenda, Edge again?
2.
2. Big fat 2.
I'm
Martin,
slow.
12.
12.
I'll get her.
We'll get Shidani when she returns. But Anna. Okay, let's see.
Fuck that bitch. Yeah, I get it. She's quick.
She's very quick.
She's speedy.
I mean,
get it.
Tobovar, though. Like, Tobovar's got alert. So that's some good shit. Like, that's super good.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little hot the way
Where'd she
she
go?
snuck up on you.
Where'd I put her?
I snuck up on her, let's be clear.
Let's see. What's her initiative?
Mm.
Oh, okay. That's
The last time
I saw what
was...
happened.
Did you know?
I mean, I didn't know.
Look, I almost blitzed her to death, and that's that.
I gotta change the descriptions. It says initiative.
Being
Okay,
bullshit right now.
This is good, because there were some things I wanted to adjust. I didn't expect it to pop off quite so quickly, but I should have known better.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I retract that? Should I retract my actions?
Yeah, sure. No.
Very quick.
I could be. I could be not as impulsive if you want.
That's...
Dane's a quick popper? Is that what it just heard there?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Just- you have the same initiative. You both have 15.
Imagine that. Maybe we should just kiss.
Just kiss.
No kiss.
Now kiss.
Okay, we'll get a roll for Shidani when it is appropriate.
Ooh, I like that. Morgan as the last one standing. I believe it. They're so
I don't
powerful.
care what you're talking about.
And my party is fucked. Tune in next week to find out their remaining lives.
Holy shit! What if this is what happened? Where like everybody dies and then Morgan just walks away, just be like, "I survived, bitch."
I'm the last
Walk
one
away
standing
until I loot
again.
Your bodies with respect.
Oh yeah. Loot the bodies and then leave. Yeah. I like it.
Everyone in this party would agree that if one of us died, the others better loot the body because,
Oh, absolutely. We would desecrate the corpses.
Yeah, sorry.
like, if you didn't loot my body, I'd come back and haunt you.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? You know what I would do? I would get something, a little spell talk to the dead or whatever it's called, and I would definitely have conversations with you. I totally would.
Thank you.
Extensions.
My bestie.
So while we wait for Lob to come back real quick, yeah, to Gary, you said you're having issues with the D&D Beyond overlay. Let me see, my extension.
If this doesn't net us a level up, I don't know what
overlay
would.
1?
What, killing your girlfriend who innocently just wanted to have a conversation?
Yeah, it says no D&D Beyond campaigns found. So
No innocence here. She's the devil.
Go ahead and do exactly that. Sign into D&D Beyond.
Look, my best friends are devils.
View campaign.
Mm-hmm.
How do I set it?
Price is
It's
too
fun.
not, hopefully.
Creator be added to a campaign. Oh,
Ooh.
fucking give me the campaign, you fucking asshole. I'm signed in.
Oh, she had to walk the dogs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this is true. Okay, yeah, I'll be taking a minute to. I'll try and get level heads added back onto the. Because it was before, but it does not seem to be at the
Next
moment.
week, find out if Rice got fingered.
Rice did get fingered. Yes.
Yeah, I have to do the math on what happens there.
You're the DM. You can make anything happen. Come on.
I think everyone wins.
And it's my character. It's my favorite character.
Gloria's got laid.
Fun note. They're in that in the bar, in the Twilight Hunter bar. There were two of my characters.
Wait, who's the other one?
Oh, is it the lady who's playing with the
Yes.
Bagmans?
Yeah.
Wait, which lady?
She's
The-
she's playing with her magnet.
The half-elf wizard who was playing with the Magmans. That's another one of my characters.
Who's the half-elf wizard?
That's my girl Venona.
He was the one that was throwing fireballs at the Magnus.
Yeah.
No, but like, what's her name?
Well, you didn't find out. You didn't find out in the bar, but above table,
Larry.
that's my character Venona. That's my wizard.
Oh,
She's a cutie.
I'm gonna
you
call
haven't met her. Okay.
If not, just a little rogues gallery
Welcome back.
of other
Welcome
characters. So,
I'm dead.
Look
Uh,
for initiative.
That's
so-
what you missed. I'm
Shidani,
dead.
do me a favor and roll initiative.
Okay. Okay.
So we will track this for next session. As you saw during the exchange, there was a conversation. There was a little hand holding. There was some tete-a-tete. There was a passing of notes, and then suddenly a sword burst from Dane, as quite a surprise, as
The Cuisinart special.
as she rolled away. She took a bit of a slash, but she rolled away, got to her feet, and initiative is had. What you
He's
got?
much better during that.
15.
15. All right, we got 3 15s here. It's going to be
Yeah.
it's going to be very much up to the dexterity of each of you.
Oh, god damn it.
So, Tovar will go first, certainly, because it was alert, his adroitness. But all right, everyone, thank you so much. We will end the session there and pick it up next week, hopefully with a Mondo exactly where he needs to be, behind the driver's seat of one Tobovar Balan. As we will continue this this discussion around the fountain.
Discussion.
Hey,
Discussion.
Fucking
Initiative?
whirlwind.
initiative just tracks turn order.
Mhm.
It doesn't mean combat necessarily. That was my chat. Bring back chat. All right, get it. Stream manager, come back to me. Great. So, make sure you come back next week. Next week we will have on Saturday we will have Storm Riders D&D at 4 p.m. Eastern, right here. Then the next day, of course, we will have the continuation of this Waterdavian adventure, this Waterdavian encounter with Anna Overland. This will be very exciting. So, I like her already. You know what? Me too. I like playing this bitch. This just straight up this bitch.
Evil?
Dat bitch over there, right?
That bitch.
Dat bitch over there.
For sure. For sure.
I love playing her already.
Sorry.
Oh, let's see.
Did I make her too powerful? Maybe. Sorry.
Oh, like from me? Like, did I make her too powerful?
Maybe. You know what?
We'll see.
Hey, it's all good.
Let's hope so. Here we go. Let's go ahead and raid one Senor Scoot.
Scoop?
Name day.
Pretty
Mr.
close.
Scoot. We're gonna raid Mr. Scoot.
Mr. Scoop.
He's doing
Mr.
name day. He's doing some arcade games. So let's come from this RP thick session of tabletop role playing
Skeet.
and go to some lovely casual decompression with some arcade games with Mr. Scoot. And definitely there's that raid call. Oh, since it's up as well. Heads. If you have not already, make sure you follow my lovely nerds here. All those who do in fact stream. We got Labrilla. Oh, Eddie French is still on the list.
Like me.
Sadly, I'm gonna
Soon.
follow Eddie anyway because he's a good boy, but he's not.
I'm the best
He's not
streamer.
around in level heads presently, so that sucks. He's the best streamer in that he does it without doing it.
I wish you would.
Yeah, Labrilla, Fatal, and Mondo are the more regular streamers here, so definitely give them a
Labrilla's a
follow.
good streamer, too.
You can catch Neanderson and Nansen on Joe's stream quite frequently.
Yeah.
They're good people.
I'm the best mod there is on that channel, yeah.
You're... did you just shout yourself out?
We got some PvP. But yes, go give Mr. Scoot a lovely ride on the meat train. That is our raid call. If you do not have Slappy Do Gasm, while it is the best gasm, any gasm will suffice. Because you gotta give gasms to your friends. How else do they know you care? So say hi to Mr. Scoot for all of us, and we will see you next time. Until then, stay easy.
And sleazy, bye.